At my mom's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, I was on the side that I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room from the furnace room. So one night when I was lying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room, kind of look around my room, and after I blinked, it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not, though. Another time I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mom would never believe me when I told her that I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention or being dramatic. So again, I was lying in bed, not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there is a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain. But I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built and he had wide shoulders. I was watching him for around 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep. Around a day or two later, my mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly what I saw. One night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all. So I walked into the laundry room and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened. He said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. It was a couple of days after my brother's birthday, so he had one of those helium balloons in his room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs. It stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have been an open window, but I realized all the windows were closed. And it had to have left his room, floated down the stairs, and turned towards me, and then stop, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple of days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was, so I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could have also been my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night I was in bed, and my stepdad had built a wall to cover the furnace room doorway that was in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. As I'm lying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking into my room, and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes. But the weird part, it was really dark in my room, but whatever it was darker than that darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining it or not.
This is a story that happened many years ago, when I was around 8 or 9. My parents and I lived in a very beautiful, big old house. It used to be a hotel in the 19th century. The house had 4 extra apartments, and in one of them lived this middle-aged guy who we'll call F. The house was placed on a very small but long road that went between fields and a small forest, all of it going downhill before it ended right by the beach. There were maybe 15 houses and only one other kid my age, so I'd sometimes visit with the adults in the area. There were a few incidents with F, the guy that rented one of the apartments. The first one happened when my friend and I were roller skating and we met F, who was out on his bicycle. We asked him if he would tow us because we were tired, and he let us hold on to his bike. At first, we thought that he was great because not all adults would have been okay with that idea. But the ride didn't go so well. Once we held onto the bike, he started going faster and faster. And I mean really fast. It was summertime, and we only had on shorts and skirts. Back then, we also didn't have a lot of protective gear, so we absolutely didn't want to fall down. We started out by politely asking him to go slower, but he didn't listen at all. Then we started getting near a really big hill, where gravity would always make you go way too fast. When we were there, we'd always zigzag our way down to make it down safely. At this point, we were screaming at him to stop, but he did the opposite and was standing up on the bike so that he could go faster. And then he told us to let go of the bicycle if we didn't like it. But there was no way that we could have done that without falling, and he knew it. Even if he didn't know, he could clearly hear the fear in our voices. But he didn't stop before we were a good bit past that hill. And when we confronted him afterwards, he just said he only did what we wanted him to, and that it was our own fault. The second incident is the real creepy encounter that I had with this guy. But at the time, I just thought it was a bit weird. My mother, on the other hand, got really mad. And as an adult, I now understand why. I had met F in the driveway, and he invited me in for a cup of tea. I remember sitting on his couch and not liking the tea because it had no sugar. When I asked for some, he refused to give me any. Maybe he said he didn't have any, but anyways, I didn't like the tea, and he kind of forced me to drink it anyways, saying how I was the one who wanted it, and how he went through all the trouble of making it, and so on. He got kind of mad, so I did what he told me to do, because he was an adult, and I was only a child. That evening, I told my mom, and she right away took the phone and called him. And then she yelled at him for endangering us girls when we were roller skating, and got even more angry when she told him to never, ever invite me to his apartment, and especially to never force her little girl to do anything whatsoever again. This could be the end of the story, but actually, I met a guy about 10 years later, and he told me that F had informed him that I was the kind of girl that just needed to be cornered and pressured a bit, and then I'd put out. Yikes.
Last March, my friends and I went to Chattanooga for my best friend's bachelorette party. We stayed at a beautiful Airbnb on the Tennessee River with a private and peaceful atmosphere. It was also on a nature trail. It felt isolated, but it was close enough to the city for us to have some fun. We had a great time out, and then we returned to the house where we started a fire. We relaxed until we got tired and went to bed. We decided to all bunk in the room that had 3 bunk beds and 1 regular bed. We wanted to watch a movie together, but in the end, we needed to sleep before the drive back more than a movie. Unlike my friends, I'm not used to falling asleep early, so I was wide awake and scrolling through my phone. I know it's a bad habit, but it's all I had. As I laid there, I started to get a bad feeling. I've had one paranormal experience before this, but it didn't scare me. I was just confused. This was different. My hair stood on end, like something with bad intentions was nearby. I looked at the others on the bunk beds, but they all seemed fine. So I kept scrolling. Only the feeling came back again, and this time I looked towards the regular bed where the bride and her little niece were sleeping. There was a dark figure standing over them, its head bent to stare at the little girl, and my heart stopped. I couldn't move. I kept telling myself it was just a shadow from the stairway. I looked down at my phone, hoping for the courage to text my boyfriend, though, considering he doesn't believe in anything, he was no help. He just said I was seeing things. So we hung up. When I looked up again, the figure was gone. If anything, that made me feel even worse. It confirmed the figure was more than just a shadow from the stairway. I jumped out of bed, ran upstairs, and slept on the couch. I felt like a small child who had just watched a horror movie. I kept hearing the stairs creak, told myself it was just the house settling. I called my boyfriend back, and he eventually talked me down. I knew he was probably right, but I was still shaken up. I finally fell asleep around 4 when the creaking stopped. But I woke up around 6, and I had to go downstairs for my bag. A few minutes later, the maid of honor came upstairs looking confused and a bit freaked out. She asked if the bride had been upstairs, and I said only if it was during the 2 hours I was actually asleep. Apparently, it was about the time I'd woken up when she thought she saw the bride come up there. I told her it wasn't possible, but she insisted someone had gone up the stairs. Her face was white, and I told her to go see if everyone was still in bed. They were. We both stood in silent confusion for a moment before confirming that she saw it after I woke. I suggested that she might have heard me moving around. That's when she said she thought someone had been standing over the bride's niece, and my heart stopped. I didn't have to say anything. My face said it all, and she knew I saw it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out of there without further investigation, but I felt guilty for not staying downstairs, now that I know it wasn't just my anxiety. I don't know if this is related, but a few months later, I learned that Hale's Bar is supposedly one of the most haunted places in Tennessee, and it's only 2 miles from that house. They also had an old cabin from the 1800s on the property, and it definitely had some weird vibes too. It probably didn't help that they had pictures of the original owners in there. I don't remember their names, so I can't search for a relation to the bar.
When I was 13, my parents sent me to rehab. When you're that age, you can only go for so long. But I was there long enough to learn something pretty nuts. Part of the reason I struggled with substances was because my parents had a tendency to not believe the things I would tell them. I didn't really realize that this was the problem at the time or before rehab, but it was. Them not believing me about things that I was sure happened or I was sure were real really with me. Where I come from and where I was, it's not very populated, so the chances that I would run into somebody I knew or that knew things about where I lived was pretty likely. On the first day I was there, and I'd learned it would be every Monday, you'd break out into these little mini groups. They were picked at random, and you didn't really have a choice. In these mini groups, you would have counseling sessions or group talk, open chat. I actually don't remember what they called it. I just remember there was one rule. Honesty. Just tell the truth. So it's my first day there, and I decide I'm going to sit back and listen. Most people shared mild things, a couple more serious things. There were people there that definitely needed to be there more than I did. But there was one girl, when it was her turn to share. She started talking about something, and I was actually interested. Basically, my parents are the worst. A couple of years ago, they refused to believe me about something I was seeing outside my window. Yeah, I definitely saw it. And my sister's missing now, so yeah, they're basically the worst. It was when she talked about something outside our window. That's what caught my attention. But also the part about her sister. Obviously, that was really sad. I knew that I needed to talk to this girl more. She didn't really want to talk to me, though. So I had to wait for the next time that we were going to have that group session, and I just had to hope that I'd randomly get paired with her again. Well, I did. And when I did, I started talking about my story, something that my parents did that upset me. The time that I saw somebody outside my window. The time that somebody tried to take me from my room, and they didn't believe me. He was dressed like a clown, I said out loud. A couple of people in the room laughed, but she looked right at me, and I knew she'd seen exactly what I'd seen. I think we got more validation out of meeting each other than anything else. So, I'm grateful for the experience, but I'd be lying if I said I forgave my parents, because I don't really. They never really did anything to help me outside of sending me to rehab. If anything, they just made things worse. But I got a real friend out of the deal, and I like to think that she feels the same way. Anyways, thanks for listening. When I was about 8, my half-brother got married, and he had the wedding in his wife's Welsh hometown. The little hotel we stayed in was terribly haunted. For context, I stayed in a room with my older sister, around 20, and my mother. In the next room, my dad and brother had their space, but they experienced nothing. We did. Here are some creepy things that happened. On the first night, we left to get dinner, and upon coming back, could not open the door. The key we had refused to turn any kind of way, and the door was locked, firm. We rattled and pulled the handle literally every way that it would turn, to no avail. Then a member of staff came around the corner from a smoke break, looked at us strangely, and casually opened the door without any kind of key or struggle. That was fucking weird. Next, the room. The shower was absolutely being messed with. When any of us, except my mother, tried to get in the shower, it would quickly burst up to boiling for my sister and freezing cold for me. And when we jumped out and tested the water, it would stay perfect for ages. It literally did not change until we got in the shower. Then it would immediately rise or fall. I also mentioned feeling watched and scared to my mother after showering. On our last morning, a lot of chaos was happening trying to get packed and ready to go. I woke up having put my DS on charge all night, next to my bed as I always did. And it was gone. Nobody had packed it, and we couldn't find it at all. We were only there for a few nights, so we hadn't bothered to unlock the big wardrobe, since there was hanging space by the beds anyway. But in looking for my DS, I insisted we open it. Now, I'm the tiny height of a child. My mom and sister are both 5'3" at most. DS isn't in there. My dad comes in to look, and he finds the DS switched on low battery, and with the cord wrapped tightly around it, on top of the shelf of the wardrobe. we couldn't even reach, and it was pushed right to the back. As my mom was packing, she had all of her underwear and such in a drawer. She opened it to pack it all up, and it was gone. So she assumed my sister packed it. She had not. Upon opening the drawer again, it was still gone, and everyone saw this. She opened every single drawer in the dresser, and they were all empty. She left it about 10 minutes to look elsewhere, and when she opened it again, everything was back where it was. This last thing is probably the worst, and I'm glad I didn't see this. In the night, I heard taps turning on and stuff, but always assumed it was my sister. I was later told it was not. Thankfully, I slept through this. My mother woke up at random and looked up. My sister, who has long, dark hair, was sitting facing away from her at the end of her bed, gazing out the window. Concerned, my mom said, "Are you all right, darling?" In response, my sister, asleep in her bed, murmured back. The girl was still sitting there and didn't move an inch, but disappeared after a while. My mother said it wasn't like she got up and left or faded away. She still can't describe it, but she just disappeared. So yeah, that was scary. I'm a dog walker for a small but busy company. I have one client in a somewhat nicer neighborhood that I go to twice a week in the mornings. Like most people who use dog walkers, they use a lockbox. They decided to keep theirs behind a vase next to their apartment door. It was already a busy Monday for me, and I was in a bit of a rush. I was hoping to get Mia, their Bernedoodle puppy, by 9:45 so that I could stay on track for the day. After finding parking, which is usually hell, I made my way up to the apartment, to their door. I wrapped my hand around the vase, intending to grab the lockbox. Nothing. Wasn't alarmed at first. Sometimes owners forgot to put out lockboxes. Not super common, but it happens. I look around a bit more, but have no luck. So I text the owner. I'll call her Kay. Usually when I text her, I get no response, since she's so busy. But I text her anyway, asking her where the lockbox could possibly be, since it's not in the usual spot. After about 5 minutes passes without a response, and I'm honestly getting a bit irritated. I already have a busy day driving all around the city, and now I'm going to be running behind. So, I start knocking. There's a chance her husband was home. Sometimes he is. I knock about 3 separate times until I hear some shuffling upstairs. So someone is home. It takes a bit of time, but I hear someone making their way down the stairs. It's taking a bit of time, but someone is coming down. The door opens. It's not Kay, nor is it her husband. A man stands in front of me. He's only wearing a white towel that's barely hanging off of his hips. He's holding Mia in his arms, and he looks extremely caught off guard. I'm confused and also caught off guard, but I'm not quite horrified. Maybe they were having a visitor stay with them, or maybe someone was having an affair. Maybe that's why the lockbox was absent. "Hey, I'm here to take Mia for her walk." He lets her run out into the hallway and hands the leash and collar over, which are always on the staircase railing. I ask him to please give me the lockbox to keep outside, since I need to get back inside. He gives it to me. We head out for our walk. I'm a bit flabbergasted. Did I just walk in on an affair? Was he a visitor? It wasn't too out of the ordinary. Sometimes clients forgot to mention they have guests. Then, during our walk, I get a message from my manager. "Do you have Mia?" Then she calls. I pick up. I let her know I have Mia and we're on our walk. She says she got a weird message from Kay, her owner. She had stated a man came by earlier saying that he was the new dog walker, and needed their lockbox code. I guess her husband gave them the code. We never set up a new walker, ever. I then let her know about the man in the towel when I got to the apartment and how the lockbox was gone. Told her I wasn't sure if I'd walked in on something or if he was a guest. Well, he wasn't a secret lover or a guest. He was not supposed to be there. Police were called immediately. I was told to absolutely not go back into the home. I called Kay's husband as he was on his way back over. Kay was en route from work. Kay's husband tells me he feels so stupid for telling the man the code and believing him, but he was in such a rush out the door, he didn't assume anything bad. I continue walking down the street, quite a busy major street, and then I spot a familiar man across the street. He runs across the street towards me. He's holding a beer in his hand. Hi, doggy, he goes. It was the same man from inside the apartment. He ran back across the street. I immediately turned the other direction into one of the side streets and called Kay's husband. He was nearing the neighborhood and tells me he just saw the man matching the description. Once Kay and her husband arrived, we went upstairs to scope out the apartment, expecting some items to be missing. Nothing. Everything perfectly in place, untouched. The only thing different was some dirty water in the shower that had been used. I was happy no one was hurt, nor was Mia. I was happy I wasn't hurt, but how did he know they had a dog walker? This whole thing never really freaked me out until the end. I hadn't really thought about it until tonight. Granted, it's not nearly as creepy as some of the things I've heard, but now that I recall it, I can't imagine why a grown man would repeatedly call a child. When I was a kid, about 12, my mom bought me a flip phone so we could call and text about when my parents were getting me from school. Also, I always roamed the neighborhoods with friends, sometimes pretty far for a 12-year-old, I guess. They started the phone plan in another state before we moved, and they never changed numbers. So when I got a phone, my number matched to their area code. A couple of months after getting the phone, this guy called me from a number with our same area code that was now over 700 miles away. I first answered because I thought it might be a family member back home. I asked the standard, "Hello?" in my 12-year-old kid voice, to which a weirdly deep-voiced, almost dopey-sounding guy responded. Derek." I said, "No, this is Logan." He then asked for Derek again. I apologized for the confusion and hung up. He ended up calling so much, asking for Derek, that I had to ask my mom how to block a wrong number. We did that. But then he started calling me from other numbers with our area code. Different almost every time. This would happen 2 to 5 times a day, almost every day. It went on for weeks. It was always during school or in the evening. I wouldn't answer during school, but I could see the missed calls from my old area code. I distinctly remember one evening when I was taking out the trash, a random number from that area code called me. I answered. He asked, "Derek?" in that same weird, deep, dopey voice. I shouted into my phone. It'd been months now of this. "No, there's no Derek here. Are you stupid?" I went into a tantrum. I was so upset by this guy always calling. I don't remember if he apologized, but either way, I hung up and started crying from frustration and not understanding. Nothing happened for about a full week, and I thought maybe screaming and losing my 12-year-old shit with him over the phone had worked. Then, on a random weeknight, when I was in bed at 9 or 10, My phone started ringing. It startled me because I was just about to drift off when it rang. It also scared me because he'd never called me at night before. I answered. It was him again. He asked, "Derek?" Big surprise. I responded kind of quietly because I was worried my dad would be upset with me, even though now I know he would have just been upset with the guy who's harassing his son. "No, there's no Derek here. There's never been a Derek here. Stop calling me. Why do you keep calling me? You can stop." He was silent for a few moments before asking, "Derek?" Again. I don't know why, but that terrified me. Adrenaline shot through me, and I got queasy, shaky. I hung up, turned off my phone, huddled under the blanket. The next day, I insisted my number be changed. My mom and I had to go to the store to do it, but we did it, and it ended. The calls never resumed after that, but I still can't come up with a reason as to why some grown dude wanted to harass a little kid over some friend or somebody who clearly wasn't there for months on end. The following story was told to me by my grandmother a few years back. She was visiting us a few days ago when I asked her to retell us the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe her, being a person who believes in ghosts, spirits, God, etc. Well, the story goes as follows. It was when my mom was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All of my grandmother's daughters, total of 5 sisters, including my mom, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mom and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then there was a knock on the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said, "It's me. Let me in." The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana, what I call my grandma, was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew that something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door, and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, just a piece of thread that was worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my Nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess that's a given since it's been 31 years since the incident. I grew up with 2 families. One of them was dead. I'm not crazy. I have my whole family to back me up, and my uncle still lives in the house. The spirits aren't mean except the dad, banging on doors, cutting my auntie with a knife in soupy water, busting the sink, that kind of thing. It's probably worth mentioning that I'm firstborn of the power of 3. My aunties, my mom have gifts. All the girls in my family have gifts. The house has 2 levels, light baby blue with white trim, and it had 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The Alive family were my 2 aunties, my mom, my uncle, and my grandparents. They lived not too far away, plus me and my 3 cousins and some animals. The family of spirits was a father, a mother, and there were 2 children. After my mom did some digging, she found out what happened. Apparently, the father was abusive, and after going into a fit of rage, he killed his wife and his 2 kids, and then hung himself in the basement, which is where my uncle slept. All the spiritual happenings, I didn't know at the time, were preparing me for my illness that was going to happen 2 years after I moved away. I had a stroke when I was 5, and due to medical issues, I almost died 3 times. We lived regular lives with them until they attacked my cousin. He screamed in the middle of the night, and the adults came to check on him, and he had 3 scratches down his back. My mom got angry and yelled at them to never touch any of us like that again. We're cleansing the house to make you leave. They took the hint and left us alone. We still visit the house, and there's a silent understanding that we not be disrespectful. So that's the information about the second dead family I lived with. But I wanted to go into some more detail about my crazy connection with the spiritual world and the blue house. The family in the blue house with the father and the family that he killed, they weren't the only ones in the house. No one could really place where it was, but it learned our behaviors and scared the crap out of my auntie. As a joke, my mom would crawl on the floor beside the bed and scare my auntie. All in good fun. Everyone got a good kick out of it. While my auntie was still awake, she heard the very familiar sound of someone crawling beside the bed. She wanted to turn the tables and scare my mom instead. So she kept her eyes closed, and when she could feel that they were nose to nose, she opened her eyes quickly and didn't get a chance to say boo before realizing it wasn't my mom. It was a middle-aged man with red hair and a twisted smile on his face. She got up and grabbed me, running to my mom's room, sleeping in her single bed that night. As I grew up and my first cousin was born, the little kids became more predominant. Toys moving on their own, doors closing when told, comfort from being scared of the dark. If you put my cousin and the spirits side by side, you couldn't tell them apart from living or dead. After everyone left the house, the little boy attached himself to me. He's still here with me, making sure I'm safe. I'm not sure what happened to the little girl and the 3 others, but I'm not visiting anytime soon for my own safety. So my parents introduced me to a murderer. Well, a man capable of murder, and we didn't know just yet. He was a down-to-earth stoner with 3 kids and another one on the way, and with a super sweet wife who was also a little crazy. He came over and would tell my parents everything going on in his life, and then disappear for a few days. He always came back with some crazy stories, but never would assume anything bad about him. He'd tell us how his wife stabbed him in the foot, how the kids dug a hole in their trailer, that his mother-in-law was psycho. Once he came over, on the run, for having a gun at his mother-in-law's. He was there and gone in 5 minutes. I regularly check our state circuit court, and dude was never in legal trouble when I looked him up. So I just assumed that he had family issues and maybe a couple screws loose. Last time I saw him, he came over, smoked with my mom and my girl, told us how excited he was for this baby on the way, and he hoped that it looked more like him, as the last one was a clone of his mama. We all hung out together outside and drove the kids around on the ATV, bullshitting about our pasts and futures. He was hopeful. Not a bone in his body said aggressive. He was very empathetic, very family-oriented, and just kind. And then he went missing for 2 weeks. Not a peep from him or the wife. We then see his picture on the news with the title, "Murderer Takes Own Life." with his name attached. He apparently killed a man, took his body and dumped it, and when the police tried talking to him while he was in the car, he turned, looked at the police, and shot himself. I'm so confused, and I'll never even hear the full story. 2 dead men, no closure for anyone. I'll forever wonder, who else that I know is capable of murder? I've been a wrecker for the past 45 years, but before officially becoming one myself, I was an apprentice. I got my apprenticeship when I was 22. I'd just gotten back from serving in Vietnam. I was in the 23rd Infantry Division. But after my discharge, I needed a job. My uncle got me hooked up with a friend of his who was a heavy-duty wrecker, and it's been history ever since. I mention my service in the military because I'd like it to be known that I'm not faint of heart. I've experienced the horrors of war firsthand. From time to time, I'm still visited by the demons that followed me home. I'm not squeamish. But one job that we pulled up on in my years of apprenticeship was something I'd never seen before. The first time I'd ever lost my lunch from a sight I wish I'd never seen. A freight company reached out to us, asking that we keep an eye out for a truck that's been missing for a couple of days. No word from the driver. The delivery never made its way to its destination. The company gives an approximate route that the driver could have taken, and that afternoon, me and my mentor are out on the highway looking for the missing 18-wheeler. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for us to notice a big chunk of guardrail lifted and bent off the side of the road. We pull over and we see that just beyond this guardrail is a deep cliff. And upon closer inspection, hidden amongst the leaves and treetops, we spied the back end of the truck. It looked like it went straight down into this cliff and stuck like a dart, the only visible part being the back end. My mentor tells me that we need to get down there and see how extensive the damage is and check for the almost certain casualties inside the front. Being the good apprentice I was, I didn't complain when he suggested tying a tow cable around my hips and lowering me down there. The actual scaling of this drop-off wasn't the problem. I was in the best shape of my life, and it felt like the drills that we do back in boot camp. I reached the bottom of the cliff within a couple of minutes. No problem. When I hit the ground floor of the forest, I was able to see the whole truck. Well, at least a shrine of bent metal that used to be an 18-wheeler transport freight. I unstrap myself from the tow cable, and I make my way to the vertical truck. I climb up the engine hood and I shimmy my way to the driver's side door, using the rearview mirror for leverage. I pop the handle, and I fall when gravity swings the door open, along with the rearview mirror I was holding on to. This sends me about 10 feet on my ass into the bushes below. This also shakes the truck, and for a moment, I think it's going to come dislodged and crush me. After all the commotion stops, I once again climb up the hood and shimmy my way over to the now open driver's side door. Hanging from the bottom metal step attached under the door, I start to pull myself up into the cab. As I'm pulling in, the first thing I see is a pair of legs pinned between the steering wheel and the seat. As I suspected, the driver did not survive this accident. But I'm startled when I hear a low moan expel from just above me, along with what I think is twitching. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy may have actually lived through this somehow. I climb the rest of the way up, gripping onto the steering wheel. I'm able to get my footing and balance on the twisted metal. What I saw was unimaginable carnage on a level I didn't know existed. A visceral nightmare that only got worse. The inside of the cab is covered in chunks and pieces of flesh. The man's upper body has been torn apart by animals, and I suddenly put together the twitching I previously felt was actually the head of a bear digging into the man's body from the passenger side. I scream and I fall from the cab. After I hit the ground, I hear the bear fall and hit the ground about 10 yards to my feet. I get to my feet and I make a run for the tow cable, screaming for my mentor to start hoisting me up. The bear is instantly on my heels. I'm forced to start free climbing the tow cable up this rock cliff. My mentor didn't hear my cries for help until I was halfway up the cable, and then he pressed the button to start cranking me in. When I'm at the top, I start to puke. My hands are stained with rope burns and blood from the steering wheel. Ignoring what's in front of him, my mentor tells me that he's radioed the authorities, that they're on their way, so we need to start hooking up the cables. After, I just stare blankly for a moment. He finally says that I can tell him all about it while we get the hookups on. Needless to say, he took me out for a beer after that one. Come to find out, that was something not even he had seen yet, but he had seen a lot. It was after that job that he basically gave me the talk, telling me that I should decide quickly if this was something I really wanted to do, that it wouldn't always be bears, but it might more often than not involve death. I've got a lot of stories, and they aren't all bad. My mentor all those years ago was right, though. It does involve a lot of death, but so did the military, the only other job I've really known. At least with wrecking, despite the name, I didn't have to hurt anyone. When it's not total carnage, you're usually saving somebody's life or helping them out of an otherwise impossible situation, so yeah, I chose to stick with it. I live in an apartment that has an obvious ghost or spirit living here too. While living here, I've had 2 roommates. All 3 of us have witnessed the exact same thing from this specific spirit. When we were the only ones home and would take a shower, it would sound like the front door would open, like someone was coming home. We would get out of the shower expecting someone to be home. Every time this happened, we opened the bathroom door to find out that, in fact, no one came through the front door. I live alone currently, and I took a shower this evening. The noise and feeling this time was a little different. In the evening, I push a 50-pound piece of furniture up against the door to prevent intruders. This specific evening, I heard a bang at the door, and while it sounded like there was a struggle to get in, after hearing that noise, it sounded like a door halfway with a creaking noise. It didn't frighten me. It actually hasn't really frightened anyone, just confused because we know what we heard. Does anyone have any idea of why the spirit is doing this when someone is home alone and in the shower? I heard once that spirits were attracted to water. Is this true? And why not in the shower with a roommate home? Well, looking forward to your insight. I grew up in a house with a dark past. We moved in when I was perhaps 4 years old. There was a concrete ramp leading to the door, and this was for a disabled man who used to live there. Unfortunately, he died when he got too close to the nearby river. He fell in, couldn't get out, and drowned. That story always scared me as a kid, even more so when my mom said that she once fell asleep downstairs and dreamt that she saw a man in a wheelchair watching her. Part of me was convinced it wasn't a dream. Anyway, on to some stories. The room at the front of the house was haunted. This was my bedroom. I saw and heard a lot. My wardrobe rocked for no reason when I was nowhere near it. Logic tells me perhaps it was sitting on a wonky floorboard and slipped. But I was sitting on my bed, My cat was with me. I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to look. My cat looked too. There was nothing there. My bed moved when I was sitting on it. Again, I try to logically explain this as it's not sitting on the floor right, so it slipped. I think my radio made a noise when it wasn't plugged in, or when I wasn't near it, but I can't be sure if this was real or a dream. My memory's patchy on that one. Our dog died at 16. She used to bark to come in from the garden. She had a distinctive bark. I heard it even after she passed. Weirdest thing is our neighbor said that she thought she heard her bark too. I was either home alone or last to bed. When I was turning off the kitchen light, I heard someone say, "Good night." Last of all, we got another dog. One night we were all just chilling on the sofa, and suddenly the dog jumped up, ran to the bottom of the stairs, and started barking at something at the top. I'm talking hackles up, vicious barking. There was no one or nothing there to trick his vision. I decided to go investigate. My mom was sensible and stayed in the living room. I'd be the first to die in a horror movie. I tried to get the dog to follow. He wouldn't. Sadly, we got forced out of that house several years ago. I miss it in some ways. Hope the new family learned to cope with the strange goings-on. That house got me used to the paranormal, though. In the house we moved into after, I heard footsteps in an empty room. I didn't even react. My husband and I go camping every year, usually somewhere near the Appalachians in Tennessee. Well, in 2021, the pickings were a little scarce since park employees hadn't quite bounced back to the same numbers prior to 2020. Since we had our RV, we ended up picking a place that we'd never stayed before, Up the Creek RV Camp. I loved this place instantly. So much wildlife, plenty of trees for shade, and of course, it was along a creek. We found a spot almost immediately that was perfect. We got set up and we decided to do as the name suggested and make our way up the creek. We have 2 dogs. Maggie is a senior dog, some sort of Chihuahua Terrier mix. She's small. And Chance, the other, he's also a mutt. We think Blue Heeler and possibly Lab. Well, he was just a little over a year at the time, so very much a puppy. Maggie is my baby. She's always been my best hiking buddy, despite being just a little thing. Since she now has arthritis in most of her body, she sits in this backpack sling that my best friend custom made for me that we've nicknamed a buggy. This way, she can still go on hikes with me. Anyways, Maggie is a good girl, especially for her breed being a small dog. She hardly barks or does much of any noise making. I mention all of this because it feels relevant and I love my dog. So, I've got Maggie in her buggy. My husband's got Chance on a leash, and we're making our way along the creek, enjoying the weather and the calmness of the whole area. It was like we were the only ones in the whole park. It seemed like things were normal and calm like this for a long time, almost the entire way up the creek. But I felt like Maggie was making noises. Nothing too alarming, but I started to notice it more. Right around the time that Maggie started making noises, I noticed that Chance stopped chasing after every squirrel he saw, or trying to anyway. At the time, I thought that maybe he was just learning, but I've come to think otherwise. But anyways, we were having a good time being out and about and getting this new boy used to the outdoors. It wasn't until about the time that we were going to turn to head back that I heard something unusual. First, it was what I thought was Maggie making some more whining noises, just louder. I asked my husband, who's standing to my right, just slightly ahead, if he can look at Maggie, make sure everything's okay. He slows down, I match his pace, and then we both stop so he can look at Maggie. He tells me that she's not really whining, at least not anymore, but she is intent on looking at something. Like what? Is she stressed? I asked my husband. But then we both hear something. It sounds like people talking. My husband and I just look at each other and continue standing in silence. We didn't recall seeing anyone. We can't make out any words, but it sounds like it's all around us. Again, Maggie starts whining. This time, my husband sees and confirms my suspicions that my dog is whining and appears to be in distress. After a moment, we hear what sounds like heavy footsteps. They sound like they're coming from a person or something on two legs. We both sort of give each other the signal to turn around and head back. When we do, we're shocked to see the largest pair of antlers we've ever seen. They're poking above the bushes off to the left side of the trail that line the camp. These bushes are easily 6 feet tall. There's no reason for antlers to be sticking out this far. My husband gets yanked forward. It's Chance, trying to make a run for it, but he yanks him right back, and we stand there, still trying to figure out what exactly it is that we're hearing, but also seeing. I keep looking around for people, thinking there must be a source for the voices, but I find no one in sight. Maggie is now facing the other direction because she's on my back, and I hear her get loud, barking, snarling, and really giving something a piece of her mind. My husband turns before I do, and instantly I hear, "What the fuck?" To which I spin around and I see a giant deer standing in the middle of the end of the path. Antlers matching the others in size. Only this time, we can see how massive the whole thing is. Worst of all, it's got its mouth open. I don't know. Something about that sight sent many chills up my spine. Chance is now whimpering like crazy, and Maggie's moved from snarling to whimpering. We both quickly look in the other direction, and we no longer see the large antlers poking from the trees. We don't even discuss it. We just decide to start fast walking back to camp. We thought the noises would at least stop, but the sound of voices continued to follow us. We both ran. We kept looking back, and at some point, we both realized it was gone. No longer in the middle of the path, and the voices had stopped too. We tried to be brave, to laugh it off, but we couldn't. Anytime we would try, we'd just go silent and then start talking about how weird it really was. Also, the dogs refused to leave the trailer after that. This spot wasn't for us, we decided. We'd left with intentions of finding a new camping spot, but for some reason, at least not that evening, we couldn't bring ourselves to head into the woods again. We opted instead for a Walmart parking lot. The next day, though we both said we weren't that spooked anymore, we made our way home. A camping trip that normally lasts us 6 days, we cut short after just 2. We still haven't decided where we're going this summer, but it very well might be somewhere outside of Tennessee. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? I truly cannot explain what's happening in my house. We, my wife and I, moved in about 3 months ago, and ever since the second week, it's been wild. At first, it was just little things. Couldn't find the keys, thought we locked the door, but didn't. All stuff easily dismissed by stress of work and a new place. But now, 3 months later, we've officially lost every single remote in the house. And I don't mean we physically lost them. No, they just disappeared. All of them. We have a TV in our room, a TV in the living room, and another in our bonus room downstairs. All three are missing their remotes, including the remotes to the Fire Sticks themselves. We replaced the remotes once a month ago, only to have them disappear again. It's just us in this house. It's a brand new house. We're so confused. 2 nights ago, we woke up to the TVs being turned on, volume at full blast. No remotes anywhere to be found. It was so disorienting running around the house trying to silence the sound. My wife is becoming more and more paranoid and scared. This is not what buying our first house was supposed to feel like. I feel like I'm losing my mind. If anyone knows what we should do, please share. When I was 15, 16, I had bad taste in friends. One time, it landed me on the side of the road in an area that I was only recently made aware of. But there's even more to the story than just my shitty friend. My friend, who was a year older than me and my driver for the night, took me out to basically the sticks of the valley to hang out with some guy who probably was way too old to be hanging out with us. I was basically immediately uncomfortable. I spent the next 3 or 4 hours sitting on a couch, watching a shitty TV show, while trying to get a cat to let me pet it, all while my friend sucked face with this dude. Whatever. Definitely not the worst part. The real issue arose when we left this guy's house. My friend was drunk. I was trying to convince her to pull over and let me drive the car, despite me not having a license. But she refused. I'd only realized how wasted she was by the time we'd gotten into the car and she started driving, or trying to anyway. Clearly, she or they had found a way to get wasted without me even noticing. That night, I had a beer, but it had been literally like 4 hours since that beer. I felt logical, responsible, but again, she refused. Only this time, she did so by stopping in the middle of the road and telling me to get the fuck out of her car. Before I could even respond, she was crawling over me, not putting the car in park. As she tried to open my door to physically kick me out, the car was still moving forward. I yell for her to stop. She doesn't. I reach over, throw the car in park, and I pull the emergency brake with my other hand. Screeching happens, but the car stops. She sort of flies into the dashboard a bit, still leaning over me, so clearly not buckled in. But I'm too mad to even ask if she's okay. And I know that she is because she's still yelling for me to get out, calling me every name under the sun, telling me how much of a freak I am, blah, blah. She'd done this once before. The previous time it had been in front of a bunch of people. She was also drunk. This time, though, I was so angry, I removed myself from the car. The road was dark, and though I didn't want to be out there, I couldn't imagine driving with her. Still, even as angry as I was, I pleaded for her to stay with me, to let me pull her car over to the side of the road. And then she looked up at me, quickly got herself up, reaching over and closing the passenger door, locking it quickly, and locking eyes with me. She then reached down for my purse, rolled down her window, and proceeded to chuck my purse into total darkness on the other side of the road. I remember yelling out loud something along the lines of, "What the fuck is your problem?" But she'd already started driving off, peeling out originally because she was still in park. And that was that. Middle of nowhere, by myself. I had to get my bag and find my phone. I was just surrounded by darkness and the other side of the road, the side I needed to be on to get my phone, my bag. It only offered more darkness and less of a shoulder. While I debated crossing the street, I heard something behind me in the woods. So without hesitating, I crossed the street. I ran. By the time I made it across, I realized that I was basically in or on the road. It's pitch black, and from what I could tell, it's a blind corner. Then, before I even got a chance to feel or look around for my bag, I swore I saw headlights. I wasn't sure what to do. Make a run for it across the street. If it was my friend, I was absolutely taking a risk of being hit. Could I get any more off of the road if I just stayed on this side? Disoriented a bit, I tried to breathe. As I did, I focused on what I originally thought had been headlights, headed my way. Only it wasn't headlights. To be fair, I'm still not sure what the hell it was, but I'll describe what I saw and tell you what I think it was. Pressed against bushes, but not wanting to walk too far into them, I stood there staring. I watched as this misshapen ball of white light floated around the blind corner and towards where I was standing. It never got right in front of my face, but I was baffled at how it produced so much light. I'd never seen something like this in my life, and never seen something like it since either. This was the year 2002, so the thought of a drone, it just wouldn't even exist. Plus, the light. It was powerful. I have no idea how. Powerful, yet it seemed like it didn't want to harm me at all. It was just sort of there. And though I'd never really seen a ghost before, I was pretty sure that what I was seeing and feeling was a spirit of some kind. I used the emanating light to find my bag. Luckily, it hadn't made it far at all, thanks to my friend's weak, drunk arms. I looked back at the light. It was still hovering around me, and I just felt like I needed to say something to them. So I did. Thank you. It just stayed there. So again, I used the light to make my way to the other side of the road, safely to the one with the shoulder. Back in the day, our cell phone carrier was Singular. For those of you who remember, it was a shitty AT&T spinoff that became AT&T. Twice. Moral of the story, it was very bad cell service. I was shocked to see that I had service, knowing that my friend and I didn't have service in this exact area just earlier. It felt like a miracle. I called my mom without hesitation, and the moment she answered, the light sort of started to drift away, getting smaller, so I could only assume further away. But it didn't feel far away. I don't know how that sounds, how any of it sounds, but it's how it felt. My mom was pretty furious. Naturally, earlier in the evening, I'd lied to her about where I was going, so she was not expecting me to be in the middle of nowhere. And apparently, she'd been trying to call me because she'd woken up from a nightmare. What was her nightmare? It was that I had been killed in a car accident. If you're wondering, no, my friend, not so friend, didn't get into a car accident either. Like most things in life, she walked out of that situation seeming to not really give much of a fuck. For the record, that was the last time I hung out with her. As for the light, no idea, but I'm gonna stick with some sort of guardian angel or something. Like my aunt who died suddenly when I was 14. She was like my favorite person ever, and I was kinda hers. And as strange as it sounds, there was something about the light that just felt familiar. So, I like to think it was her. You had a story on here one of your older episodes, but I only just heard it recently. The way the person described feeling, I felt that. What they heard. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it 2 years ago, or I'll say I would have been skeptical. But when I heard their story, it instantly sparked something for me. Legit, I've decided to put it out of my mind, at least a majority of the days. In the beginning, it was so I could simply manage existing. I mean, this was just after the peak of quarantine in 2020. Now it's easier to talk about because I've had a lot of talk therapy. And well, let me just go on with the story. So like I said, my city was under a rather intense quarantine period at this time. Ours started closer to April 2020. It was June, and I was forced to live alone for a while. My roommate at the time had been visiting her parents. Once she got there, her father was sick and she opted to stay away for a couple of weeks to be with him. Where we lived, some could consider it the rougher part of town. It was the part that didn't have many churches, but plenty of motels and lots of dilapidated buildings. It was relatively close to where my roommate and I worked via public transportation. A bus stop a few yards from the apartment building's front entrance. We rarely had to walk the area alone or at night. Also, when we were signing the lease, I decided that being on the second floor made me feel better. Until, of course, it didn't. So, it's a Monday. I'm one of 2 store managers at a local large grocery chain. My store will be shutting down in 6 weeks, but I don't know that at this point in the story. Either way, I have to go to work. So I mask up, grab everything I need, and as I'm about to head out the door, I feel something lightly blow on my neck and ear. I say lightly, but it actually kind of startled me. There was no real reason to feel a cool breeze this time of year. I shiver, and I glance down at the table by the front door. My pepper spray. I'd been looking for that. Had I found it and forgotten? I grab it, and I head for the bus stop. Get to work, no problem. Start my day. Bing, bang, boom. Day's over before 7 p.m. I make my way to the bus stop to head home. Beautiful. I had plans to watch The Bachelor that night, a show I normally don't get to enjoy the night of when my roommate's home. Bus ride is the same as usual. Lots of people, too close for comfort, practically empty by the time we get to my stop. My stop is coming up. I go to pull the wire, but as I do, somebody else pulls it. And I hear the familiar ding that the stop has registered. I'm sort of nosy, so I'm casually peeping around the bus like, who's this person getting off at my stop? Hope he's cute. Kid you not, those were my thoughts. No one cute on the bus, so that's a shame. I get bored with trying to figure it out, and I just wait for the bus to stop so I can get home. I make a dash for the middle exit of the bus, and I see one other person, a guy, getting off. He's making an even quicker dash towards the bus's rear exit. I figure he's also trying to get home to The Bachelor. Not really, but the thought made me smile. That was the last time I'd smile for a while. Once off the bus, I note that the streets were relatively empty. Only a couple walking in the opposite direction on the other side of the street. There's no sign of the man I just saw get off the bus. I thought that was sort of strange. My apartment building is the first real building you can walk into on this street. The stop is practically for our apartment block. He didn't have enough time to get in, did he? I was battling with myself in that moment, saying that any other day would I even notice this? Why do I care? So, I'm now looking down at my phone, scrolling through Instagram, when I get that feeling that someone's close to me. I look up and then around, behind. No one. I remember the pepper spray, which I reach for slowly. I'm holding it in my hand inside my purse.
I also leave Instagram and move towards punching 911 into my phone. I'm not even sure why. I walk with this defense until I get to my apartment building. Once inside, I relax a bit and I make my way up the stairs. Someone is following you. I hear these words, but I have no idea where they're coming from. They almost sound like my subconscious, but it's not my voice I'm hearing. I pause and I listen. I hear footsteps in the distance, so I sort of hurry mine. Faster. That same voice. So I ran. I think I hear the footsteps in the distance growing closer, but I'm running so fast that I'm not sure how close or how loud they really are. I don't stop. Once I get to my door, I frantically search for my house key, so I'm no longer holding my pepper spray or my phone. I've allowed them to slip into the abyss of my purse. I see someone round the corner. I don't see their face, only that they have on black joggers, a black hoodie, a face mask covering most of their face, except the eyes. Is it the guy from the bus? I don't know. He makes eye contact with me, but doesn't start to charge me. Just looks and then looks away, walking calmly. I've got my keys. I unlock the door quickly and I just rush in, immediately closing and locking the door behind me. I take a stance, peering out the people to see if the man stops. I then press my ear against the door. I can hear the slow creak of the hallway. So someone is still in it. I look back through the peephole, anxiously waiting for him to pass by my door. But he never does. All I can think at that moment is, wow, what a lunatic I am. Poor guy probably just lives in my building and I just look like a crazy lady now. But that voice, what was that voice? Why did I have some weird telepathic warning if it was just nothing? Oh my God, he's probably waiting for me to leave the apartment. So now I'm paranoid, but I don't still hear the voice. So no more warnings. Perhaps I escaped the danger. I decide to try to move on, to watch my show. For context, at night, when I'm ready to settle down and watch stuff, I usually do this with all the lights off because I like to keep the window open without worrying about others outside being able to see in somehow. We don't have AC in the apartment, so it's pretty common that people keep their windows open or their back door slightly ajar. We didn't have one of those do-it-yourself AC units, so we just kept a fan running near the balcony, which I would usually crack about halfway. We had these small balconies that were more for show than anything else. You couldn't really put any sort of furniture on there, or have more than one person out there at a time. From the outside, they looked like little fancy balconies. Look. What is this voice? And what am I supposed to be looking at? I freeze. Not that I was moving much anyways, but I mute the TV and I sat in stillness, slowly looking around the apartment, not sure what I'm expecting to find, if anything. Then I see him. A man wearing black joggers, a black hoodie, and a face mask covering most of his face. But I can see his eyes, and this time, they keep looking at me, even as he braces himself over the railing of the small for-show balcony. He's staring right at me. Your purse. I grab my purse immediately. I'm just doing what the voice tells me to do at this point. I dump the contents out of the bag. I can see that the man has a backpack with him, and horrible thoughts race through my mind, and I make a run for the balcony door. Phone in one hand, pepper spray in the other. Should I have run out the front door instead?
Probably. But here I was, charging this man. I can see as I'm approaching that he's already got one foot inside the door, so I lunge forward, throwing my entire body weight into the door. It slams his foot. He screams but doesn't move. Instead, he slides his arm in, trying to whack me upside the head or something. So in this completely jangled position on the floor, I just reach up with my left hand and I start spraying. Just pressing down on this button, one I've never actually had to press, with all of the force in the world. Just when I think I'm going to empty this entire canister on this man, his foot gives and the door slams. In a flash, and without moving my body weight, I reach up and lock the door. Now, I dial 911, stand up and face the guy. He's in wild pain, grabbing his face and frantically trying to reach around for anything that will provide relief. I tell the 911 dispatcher my address first. Then I go into detail about how there's a man frantically trying to break into my apartment. I told her I'm pretty sure he followed me home. She asks if there's a neighbor I can stay with until the police get there. I tell her no, that this could very well be a neighbor. A horrible sound ricochets through my apartment. He's throwing himself into my back door, I explain to the woman. Officers are just a few minutes away. Can you lock yourself in any other room in the apartment? She tells me I should try to put distance between myself and this man. She's right, but my only other option is the bathroom. Do I lock myself in there? Huge crashing sound. I yell into the phone that he's inside, and I run, but not for the bathroom, for the front door. I get the door open and I run into the hall. I still hear the sounds of things crashing in my apartment, and I realize the guy probably still can't see what he's doing. I close my apartment door, and I run up the stairs to the 3rd floor, frantically knocking on every door, waiting for someone to answer. I don't stay in front of any door long enough for them to likely see who's knocking, but I keep going up and down the hallway, knocking, pounding. Okay, officers should be on scene now. You can meet them outside. I hear this coming from my phone. I thank the woman and ask if she can stay on the line until I see the officers. She agrees. A door opens. An elderly man pops his head out into the hallway, asking if I'm all right. I tell him yes, thank you, the police are here now. Someone tried to break into my apartment. Sorry for banging on the door, blah, blah, blah. Then, a scream of horror. It's a man's scream. The elderly man looks surprised. The sound is coming from outside, it seems. Ma'am, are you still on the line? I tell the woman yes, and that someone is screaming. She tells me to go ahead and meet the police outside. I thank her, and I disconnect the call. The elderly man leaves his doorway, and out of curiosity, I move towards his apartment. I think they got your burglar, he hollers from inside. I think he jumped. I immediately leave the doorway, run down the stairs, and I see police outside my door, inside my apartment, and near my balcony. They immediately start asking me questions. What's your name? Are you hurt? Do you know this man? But I'm asking them questions too. Where is the man? Did he jump? Did you catch him? What was in his backpack? I had this fantasy, I guess, that they would answer all of my questions right away. But no, they didn't give me his name. They didn't even tell me if he'd jumped. I figured that out 3 days later when a neighbor confirmed they'd seen the man make the jump, practically into police arms. But he landed bad. Looked like he got hurt, they said. Good. I'm sorry, but yeah, bad things happen to good people all the time. It's about time that something bad happens to someone bad. So back to my fantasy. The police will follow up with me every day,
check on me. At the very least, they'll want me to go over my statement again. Crickets. Almost 10 days goes by without a single word from the police. I called them at least 10 times, once a day at that point. I managed to get the back door replaced, new locks, the works. I was quite literally only waiting to hear if this maniac was still on the street. Finally, day 14, the day my roommate was scheduled to come back to the apartment, 2 officers knock on my door. They remind me why they're there, as if I need the reminder. I let them in and they ask if I've had any other issues. You did catch the guy, right? They tell me they caught the guy jumping from my balcony and that guy was in the hospital. Again, good. The next 6 to 8 months were very rough. The landlord of our building decided to press charges in addition to my charges, so the case became a whole thing. That part is relatively boring and unjust. He was eventually charged with burglary in the 1st degree, which I was told was a good thing, that he would get a lot more time for that because it was a felony. Except he didn't. He was given the literal minimum sentence of 6 years. And I know for a fact he was released after serving just a fraction of that. Also, anyone who thinks that you can just get a payday when someone is ordered to pay restitution, no, it's far more complicated than that. And other than me not having to pay for my lawyer, I've seen $0 and likely never will. Meanwhile, I've put out plenty of money. Someone once said to me that I should just be happy that he didn't touch me. And to that I say, I am happy about that, of course, but I'm still fucking pissed too. 3 years? Burglary? The guy was absolutely not looking to steal anything. Not to mention, he didn't take anything. Such a fucked situation. Now, this guy is likely out there, playing predator to another woman. Makes me sick. And though I seem lucky in this situation, it's amazing how even after being victimized, minding your own business, you continue to be the one to pay for it all. The time and energy that this man has sucked away from me. And he's served what, maybe 2 years? Anyways, thanks for listening to my story. But honestly, I'd love to know more about this voice I heard. The one that people from other stories have referred to. What was that? Because that shit was 100% real. And likely saved me entirely, if not a little bit. Even my therapist can't answer that one. So you'll have to forgive spelling errors and the like. I'll try to clean this up as I go. I'm writing this on my phone at work, and still a bit shaken up. So let me preface this by saying I'm an overnight guard at a hospital. I've been here about 5 years or so. Overall, I've been working night security in various settings for about 12 years. Before that, I was a Marine. My point is, I'm used to odd situations and the general bumps in the night. The hospital where I work has had its fair share of weird shit happen, as many old buildings do, but nothing too crazy. Tonight was different, though. Part of the job is patrolling and unlocking this one really old building, as in one of the first buildings in the city. It's currently used as the College of Nursing, but at night, it's deserted. Well, about 3 a.m. or so, it's peaceful in the hospital, so I wander over and get the unlocks out of the way. I'm in this building a lot, probably 2 to 5 times a week, every week, for the last 5 years. I've gotten used to the creepiness, and I honestly kind of like the quiet. Tonight was odd, though. As soon as I approached, I got this odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was that feeling of being watched by a predator. Anyone who's spent time in the woods knows the feeling. Your hackles raise, so to speak, and your mind screams, "Get out of there."
I stop outside and scan the street behind me and the courtyard I'm standing in. Nothing obvious, but I can't shake the feeling. I go inside and lock the doors behind me, a note to unlock them last. That feeling doesn't go away, though. As I'm walking the floors one by one, it only gets worse as I move toward the older parts of the building. Now I know I'm the only one in this building. I've been all through the first floor, and all of the entrances are locked up tight. You can only do that with a key. As I get into the upper floors, though, I start hearing things. It starts with footsteps. Hard to tell because it's like they're matching my cadence. What gets my attention is that it sounds like hard-soled shoes, not like the boots I'm wearing. I turn back and search the halls, but absolutely nothing. Then I hear a door slam from the hall I just came from. I run back. Maybe it took me a couple of seconds to the door. Nothing. It opens to an empty auditorium, which I thoroughly search. Still nothing. At this point, I shrug it off, old building and all. Maybe the pipes were clicking and I thought footsteps. Maybe I missed a door being open and it rattled closed as I walked by. I continue on with that feeling getting stronger and stronger. I'm in the stairs to the 4th floor, and I'm taking a second to breathe and mess with my phone. I hear a door below me slam shut, and the distinct sound of footsteps echoing in the stairwell. I pull my radio to call dispatch and let them know that someone's in the building. It beeps telling me the batteries are dead and won't call out. Shit. I call on my phone, and dispatch says they'll send some guys. I wait, but I'm not hearing any more footsteps. No doors, no sounds at all. I walk all the way back down and back up to the 4th floor and find no one. Now I'm second-guessing myself and anticipating the coming jokes on my behalf. I move along, figuring I'll finish the last floor and work my way down, meet up with the other guards. I open the door to the 4th floor, and everything is different. I'm not talking about a change in atmosphere, anything like that. I'm saying that the entire floor, which consists of old offices used for storage and whatnot, is completely different. White painted walls now have wood paneling. The clutter is gone, replaced by old lab and medical equipment, filing cabinets instead of boxes. The biggest change? At the end of the hall, in each corner, are 2 leather-bound chairs and 2 men sitting in them, talking to each other. They stop and look at me as I stand there holding the door in stunned silence. I blink, and it's all gone. Right back to normal. I don't understand it. One second it's completely different from the hundreds of times I've stepped onto that floor. Next second, poof, back to normal. Instinctively, I try my radio again, remembering the battery's dead as I hit the button, and it works. I call out that I'm on the 4th floor and I need units up there as I start to check through each office. Of course, everything's normal when everyone gets there, and I'm still left wondering, what the hell just happened? We finish checking the building and I catch my fair share of bullshit from the other guys. I go down to dispatch because I know we have cameras on those floors, and I want to know what happened. I get to dispatch and we review the cameras. We see the door opens as I come in. Then the feed freezes entirely for about 8 seconds. Not necessarily unusual, but not very common, especially on those cameras. It tends to happen in more commonly traveled areas. So the dispatcher, a man who's been here since grass first sprouted, asks me what I saw. I describe it to him and he says, "Weird. That's how it looked back in the 80s before they redid the lower floors and Those were all labs for the college. At this point, I'm just speechless and decide to save myself from further embarrassment and say, I must just be tired and seeing things. I know that's not the case, though. I'm wide awake and I know what I saw. I know what I heard through the rest of the building, too. I just don't know how to explain it. Everyone has their weird experiences in that building, but man, this one really threw me. Okay, so a couple of months ago, middle of the night, our house alarm starts wailing. And then it made a sound I've never heard it make before. Almost like a record scratched to a stop. I'm up in a flash and our little security monitor says our front door is open. The alarm is still active on the screen, but there's no sound being emitted through the house. I live in a small house. The security panel's in my room, and the front door is located in the living room, right outside of it. I grab my pistol and I slowly lean my head out my bedroom doorway. The front door is indeed wide open. But my 3-year-old daughter is also standing on the porch in her blue Paw Patrol pajamas. I'm bewildered at what I'm seeing. I set the pistol down and I dash to get her inside. There's no way she's able to reach, let alone unlock 2 deadbolts, one being a slide chain. I knew this, and as I put her back to bed, I still pondered the idea of how did she manage to do that, rather than simply, how did this happen? I thought she was sleepwalking at first, because why else would she be walking around at this time? But she was wide awake. She told me she was playing. When I asked, how did she get outside, she says, door was open. I wanted to believe somehow, some way, she was able to accomplish this feat. I really did. So I ignored it. Now, last night at 2 o'clock in the morning, I walked into the living room and I saw my daughter playing peekaboo in the dark, by herself, just sitting there, laughing and doing the motions, saying peekaboo on the floor. I don't know how long she was out there. The only reason I woke up is because of how loud she was squealing with laughter. Call it mother's instincts, but once that specific tone and pitch of your child's voice hits your ears, you're instantly up and alert. When I get to the living room, I flip on the lights and I pick her up. First time I've ever felt weird in my house. I viewed the front door thing as a problem I could eventually solve, but this was just eerie. When I put her back to bed last night, she was instantly back to sleep. This has creeped me out so much that I'm reaching out for help. Any provided theories are welcome as to what the hell is actually happening and what I should do. Help ease my nerves, because all my theories are ending with me getting the house blessed or giving my daughter up for adoption if she keeps doing this interacting with something I can't see stuff. It's so creepy. I've always had spooky happenings go on around me. I have multiple stories of seeing shadow people and spirits, and of hearing stuff that was less than natural. I might post about those other experiences someday, but for now, I'll just tell the stories of a demon that followed my family around for a while. I haven't talked about this in years, as I hated how crazy it made me sound. I also don't like talking about it because it tends to make activity start up again. But luckily, no one in my family has experienced these things since I last saw him in 2012. I'll try to keep the stories as brief as possible and only list what details are necessary. But buckle up, because there was a lot of activity for many years. A bit of background. I grew up in a non-denominational Christian household. My dad in particular was a very strong believer. After him, my sister and I are the biggest believers, and my brother's now an atheist, though he was a believer at the time. My mom didn't experience this demon at all. In the house were my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister, and I. My dad was the first one who saw him. It was in the early 2000s, I think 2001 or 2002. My dad was studying to become a commercial airline pilot. He was licensed to fly helicopters and private Cessnas and jets, but he wanted to expand his horizons and challenge himself in a new way. He operated a flight school in our hometown, so he was a busy guy. He used to get up around 4 a.m. to study so that he wouldn't miss or lose any time during work or during family time after my siblings and I would get home from school. My dog would always accompany him to the dining room, which is where he would set up for the morning. One of these mornings, my dog went to the sliding glass door that led to our backyard from the dining room and started barking like she was going mad. My dad ran to let her out before she woke anyone up, but she immediately started whining and backed away from the door once he'd opened it. My dad, who initially thought she saw a possum or a coyote, as we used to get them all the time in our backyard, told her to go outside to chase whatever it was out in the yard. Usually, she'd tear off like a bolt of lightning, but she just continued to whine and back up. My dad looked out the door to see if he could see what was scaring her so badly, and that's when he saw him. A large, hulking black figure that was moving very slowly, encircling the house next door. As soon as he saw him, my dad gasped and froze. When he gasped, the figure stopped and turned its head toward my dad. He didn't really have a face, but my dad felt his eyes on him. As soon as it looked at him, the words, "strong man," popped into my dad's head. He knew that was what it was called. They stared at each other for a bit before Strong Man eventually turned its head back forward and resumed his slow march around the house next door. I was only 9 or 10 at the time, so I didn't hear this story until much later. But this does mark the first time anyone in my family saw him. After that, my dad would periodically look out the windows when he was studying to check before he would let my dog out to do her business. And he would see him from time to time. But now, instead of circling the house next door, he would be circling ours. The next person to see him was my brother. At this time, my brother was a typical angsty teenager with an added helping of snark. He was about 14 or 15 and was going through a hard time at school, which made him act out at home. My parents were struggling with how to reconnect with him and were coming up short. One night, my brother was listening to music in his room, brooding over something or other, as you do when you've got more big feelings than you know how to handle, when he saw a giant shadow rise up from the bottom of his window to past the top. He had heard my dad's story by this point and knew immediately that this was what he was seeing. Now, this next part is going to sound ridiculous because, well, let's just be honest, because it is ridiculous. My brother growled at it. Yes, literally growled. As you might suspect, nothing happened. My brother started feeling this really oppressive energy and then said, "You're not welcome here." Strong Man didn't move. My brother then said, "In the name of Jesus, leave." He then slowly moved away. Around this time, my sister, at the time 13 or 14, was home alone one night. She was in the living room watching TV when she heard a knock at the front door. She went to go check it, but didn't see anyone there. She shrugged it off and went back to watch TV. She then heard a knock on the sliding glass door in the dining room. Now she's spooked because that goes to our backyard, and why would someone knock on that door? She doesn't get up and look and kind of huddles into blankets trying to hide. Then she hears a knock at the French doors that lead to our backyard from the living room, essentially right next to where she's sitting. She immediately started to pray and then heard knocking coming from all 3 doors at once. We came home to find her sobbing, huddled in a ball of blankets in her room. After this, I was finally told about what my dad had been seeing and what my brother experienced. We don't know if what happened to my sister was because of strongman, but it definitely was intended to scare her. After this, the sightings experiences seemed to slow down, but would always pick right back up if any of us talked about it, either with each other or to an outside party. In 2005, my dad died in a routine flight check. My whole family kind of imploded. My mom went off the deep end into alcoholism and shut down. My brother was away doing his service for the Finnish military, and my sister and I only had each other to cling on to. My sister kind of became my secondary mom and was dealing with the stressors of her senior year of high school and trying to figure out what she was going to do for college. Up until this point, I'd never experienced anything supernatural. I started doubting God and stopped going to church. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in God anymore, but I was bitterly angry at him for taking away my dad and the effect that it had on my family. My mom decided that we couldn't live in the house that had had so many memories of my dad, so she bought the house next door. Not the one from the beginning of the story, but the one on the other side. I was 14 at this time. As it was right next door, we took our time moving. A few months after moving, I had my first experience with strongman. The house we moved into was a 2-story, and my new bedroom faced our old house and had a wooden fence separating the 2 backyards right underneath it. One night, I was up late reading and my mom was out drinking with some colleagues. My brother and sister were now in college and living in the dorms on campus. My dog was with me in my bedroom, so I felt comfortable. As I was reading, I started to feel heavy. I don't know how to really describe it other than feeling wrong and heavy. I chalked it up to Home Alone jitters and went on reading. As I was reading, I started hearing a scratching on the fence below my window. My dog started growling intermittently, and I'd have to tell her to shush because I thought it was just a possum. As I said before, we got a lot in that area. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that I started to realize that the scratches were coming in rounds of 3s. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. So on and so on for a good long while. The feeling of heaviness just increased, and I started to feel some fear prickling along my skin. I closed my book, and the scratching stopped. I waited a minute and didn't hear anything, so I just opened my book back up and kept reading. The scratching started again. I closed my book again, and it stopped mid-scratch. Even though I was feeling far from God, I started praying for Jesus to take away all the evil from the house, to send his light here instead. And I prayed and prayed and prayed. The scratching got louder, the louder I prayed, until I finally said, Amen. And the scratching stopped, fully. I couldn't sleep after that. I had to wait for my mom to come home around 4 that morning. About a year or so later, my sister and I went on a trip to Finland to visit my grandparents. While there, I had a crazy dream while I was napping on my grandparents' couch. I won't post the entirety of it unless anyone is interested, but essentially, I dreamed that I was getting possessed and was woken up by my grandma saying I was doing things in my sleep that I felt myself doing in my dream. It was really freaky, and I hated it. Around this time, I also started waking up about 3 a.m. every night. This continued even when we went back home, and eventually just became part of life. I didn't think anything of it until I was telling a friend about my sleep issues, and she told me that 3 a.m. was the demonic witching hour. Cool. After this summer, my mom got remarried to my stepdad, and we moved into his house. His house was in an older part of town, with lots of beautiful Victorians on tree-lined streets. It was picturesque, to say the least. Regardless, this is where most of the activity happened. I have story upon story of different activity happening in this house. But those are better told another time, as they don't necessarily relate to strongman. I did have multiple times when the same feeling of heaviness that accompanied him would just come upon me, and I'd pray him away. I saw him just one time at this house. I was coming home from an evening church service and was about to turn into my driveway when he just rose up, seemingly from the ground, right in front of my car. I thought I was going to hit something solid, but I just drove right through him and turned into my drive. I was so scared to get out of the car, but that overwhelming feeling became too oppressive, and I had to get away. I started praying out loud and ran to my house. I saw him one other time in college, outside of my dorm, when I looked out the window one evening after a late night of studying. He always showed up when things would start to feel normal again, almost as if to say, I'm still here. It was awful. That was the last time I saw him. I haven't had a demonic experience since. Thank God. Sorry this was so long. It just happened over many, many years. I don't randomly wake up at 3 a.m. anymore. I don't get that oppressively heavy feeling randomly either. I hope I never have to experience either of those ever again. I've only talked to about 3 people about this incident, largely because I feel as if it's my fault somehow. In 2018, I was hanging out with a friend that I wasn't supposed to be with. So for the sake of secrecy and ease, I told my 17-year-old sister to drop me off at the old elementary school, and then have them pick me up from there. Nothing weird happened. We hung out, and then I told them to drop me back off at the elementary school at midnight, the time of their curfew, and my sister would come get me. I was almost 15 at the time, and though we had moved about a 15-minute drive from our old school, it wasn't in a bad area. I used to live in Utah, specifically the Sandy area in the middle-class neighborhood, though we weren't middle class. It was a quiet neighborhood, full of Mormons, and I never truly had any scarring experiences. It's important to note that despite being nearly 15, I probably look anywhere from 9 to 12, as I was on the shorter side, and I truly didn't hit puberty until about 15 and a half. When we pulled up to the school, there was a hatchback white car that was driving around rather recklessly, such as speeding it around in reverse, doing spin-outs and stuff like that. It was driving in circles around this curb that split off the drop-off zone in a small faculty parking lot. I I sat with my friend in their car for a second, expressing my concerns about the car, and they assured me that it was just a stupid teenager. I didn't say much more about it and said my goodbyes and got out of the car. The way the school is set up is that there's a large brick building, and when looking head on at the school, there's a small opening to the left that leads back towards the playgrounds. The faculty parking lot is about 20 to 30 feet from the entrance of the school. When I got out of the car, I sat by the main office doors that would lead into the school, right underneath a bright light. I needed to put my shoes on. I don't remember now why I hadn't done it before. The car stopped in the faculty parking lot, not in a parking spot, but in the middle of the central lane. Cautiously, I got up after successfully securing my shoes on my feet, and I stared at the car. As I said earlier, I'm easily anxious. A man, hard to describe as he was backlit by a streetlight, got out and started walking towards his now open trunk. I watched as he paused and pulled something out of his trunk and paused. Though I couldn't really see his face, I knew he was staring at me as he said, "I'm sorry for whatever happens to you. It's not your fault." I didn't say anything in return and ran toward the back of the school, and I kept running until I hit a large portable, hiding behind it and peering around toward the drop-off area. He must have gotten back in his car as he pulled out of the parking lot. The back area of the school is large. In the far corner, there's a back exit onto a large steep road that goes down. I tried to call my sister a few times, but after she didn't answer, I called my friend. I made my way toward the back alley and exited onto the road. Just then, as I crossed the small side street, the car turned onto the road. He saw me, probably as immediately as I saw him, and I ran down the road, hanging up on my friend. When I reached the bottom of the hill, there was a house on the corner, and I cut through their grass, and I stood on their stoop and rang their doorbell once. The car stopped at the corner, still on the street with the large hill. He rolled down the window to talk to me. "I'm a police officer. I wanted to know if you need any help," the man said, leaning slightly onto the center console, presumably so I could hear him better. I insisted I didn't need help and I was okay, but the man kept insisting I come to the car. Of course, I didn't. After about 30 seconds, he left. The people in the house opened their door, and I was crying. It was a middle-aged man and his wife. They also had a dog, it seemed. I explained the situation about the car that was chasing me, and I got my friend who dropped me off on the phone. My friend is absolutely the worst at directions, and as the wife tried desperately to give it to them, it didn't seem to be getting anywhere. The car came back as the two were sitting at the stairs with me. I started freaking out as it drove slowly by the house. All I could say was, "That's them. That's the car." The man walked down his drive with the dog, but the car sped away. Eventually, my friend found their way, and the woman walked me up the hill to their car. I couldn't thank them enough. I went home and notified the police, but nothing ever came of it. I don't know what that man's intentions were, but I can clearly tell that they weren't positive. When I was 16, I lived in the Valley area of Los Angeles. This was many years ago. At this time, the best part of my week was Saturday nights, when I'd meet my friends at our beloved under-21 nightclub to dance the night away. The vast majority of the time, I'd have to get a ride there and back. I didn't have my own car until a couple of years later, when I was in college. But occasionally, a family friend would lend me his car. And on one of these Saturday nights, he did. I felt so independent and free to be able to take myself to the club and to be able to leave when I wanted. On the night of this story, I drove to the club and had a typically great time, dancing with my group of friends to music like Prince and Earth, Wind and Fire. At the end of the night, I got into my borrowed car and headed towards home. In case you don't know, the San Fernando Valley is made up of many suburban towns. None are really small and some are very nice. As you'd expect, some are less nice with higher crime. I lived with my family in a medium town in the northern part of the valley. It was neither very nice nor very bad, with medium homes on mostly respectably, if not professionally, manicured lawns. And being the greater Los Angeles area, there were many differing routes that I could take to get home, whether freeways, highways, or city streets. It was after midnight at this time, but most routes that I could take would still be bustling on a Saturday night. I'd had my fill of loud music, laughter, and chattering voices, so I opted for the quieter route home. I took some busy streets, then veered into some quiet neighborhoods that would take me home. If I drove through some quiet, house-lined streets, I'd get home a little faster, and I was tired. GPS hadn't been invented at this time, nor even cell phones, so I had to rely on maps or just knowing the chosen route. I'd heard bad things about a town called Pacoima, but I'd only been through it during the day, maybe once. Still, I knew how to get through to shave a few minutes off my time, and besides, being someone used to walking or taking buses, I felt blissfully perfectly safe now in a well-running car, gas in the tank. I was safer at this moment than at almost any other time. At least, that's what I believed. Still, I was a teenage girl, alone, after midnight, in an area I was unfamiliar with, and naive enough to think nothing bad could happen to me in a locked car. I entered a residential street in Pacoima, and I only had to go a couple of blocks to get to the next town, then to my own. As I slowly drove down a dark, quiet avenue of modest homes, there were streetlights illuminating the unknown. This also helped with my feeling of invincibility. As I smiled to myself at this, I started to notice a few people walking down the street towards me. At first, I didn't give it much notice. My left turn out of Pacoima was coming up, just ahead, anyway. But as they got closer, I very quickly realized it wasn't just a few people. It was a gang of approximately 12 to 15 men, and they weren't casually walking down the sidewalk. They were aggressively running down the middle of the street and right towards me. I suddenly had to slow to almost a stop so as not to hit anyone, and this is when they all got a real good look at me. Looks which turned instantly more excited and animated as they all realized I was just a young girl, alone. Many exchanged smiling glances between them, and others were whooping and whistling and calling out things to me. Smoothly, effortlessly, as if they'd rehearsed it ahead of time. Several of them stopped me completely by standing in front of my car, even putting hands on the hood, as others walked around to my driver and passenger doors and pulled at the handles to open the doors. I didn't always lock the doors when I drove, and cars didn't have an auto lock back then, but I was thanking God that I'd had the foresight to do so on this night. Of course, it all happened very fast, but in my shock and terror, it felt like slow motion. But so quickly adjusting my mind from carefree to possibly being abducted or worse by this large group of men. They had me trapped. I couldn't drive forward nor reverse because at this time, the car was completely surrounded by men, and as a couple of guys picked up sticks or other objects to try to bust the windows, I knew I had to think clearly and act fast. I did the only thing I could think of. I started driving forward. Having blocked my car completely, I could see the surprise on their faces as they knew they had to move out of the way or risk being run over. I immediately decided that if they didn't move, I would run them over. All the men standing in front of the car jumped out of the way, and I sped up as I took the left turn out of Pacoima. I did make it home safely, but my heart didn't stop beating out of my chest for the rest of the night. Of course, I thought about it for a long time after as well. I felt proud of the way I'd handled the situation, but I just kept running through possibilities of what I could have done differently or what could have gone differently. What if they didn't get out of the way and I actually hit a couple people with the car? How would I have lived with myself? Should I have just sat in one place and honked the horn to hopefully wake people up in the homes around me? What if one of the men had pointed a gun at me? I'm very happy that it turned out the way that it did, but it could have turned out so much worse. I hope we'll all keep in mind that we're not quite invincible inside of a car, no matter how cozy the heated leather seats make us feel. Dark, quiet shortcuts are not a good idea, especially late at night. And always drive with your doors locked. So Pacoima gang that tried to grab and do who knows what with a teenage girl, driving alone one Saturday night. It's been a long time since then, and I'm very glad I didn't meet any of you ever again. Back just before the pandemic, I traveled a lot for work, spending a good amount of time in lots of different airports, lots of different hotels. I was pretty used to this type of lifestyle, and being for work, most places I stayed were relatively inviting and nice. Most places. This story's about the other one, the one that, for lack of a better explanation, was haunted, at least part of it. So, it was back in 2018. The trip was from Boise, Idaho, to Hilton Head, South Carolina. 3 days, in and out. I was familiar with South Carolina, as my job sent me there a lot. But Hilton Head was new for me, and this hotel was a new one for me. It wasn't my usual, but it was really nice. Honest first thoughts when I arrived were sweet. I eventually figure out how to get my rental car to the parking garage after checking in with the hotel. I realize that it's incredibly far away from the hotel's actual entrance. But for the moment, I'm just concerned about finding a spot to park, somewhere close to the elevators and stairs. The first thing I notice when I actually park is how dead this hotel parking garage is. For a Sunday night, it seemed like maybe I was the only one around. I parked and saw signs near the elevator that said something about a pedestrian bridge. I remember stepping out of the car quickly, but stopping in my tracks just as quickly. The car door in a position of almost closed, aside from my hand holding it. But I hadn't gotten that far. I'd stopped because I heard someone whistle. I was especially startled because the whistle didn't seem to echo the way that something would in this type of structure. It sounded as though it was right next to me, in my car even. I couldn't be sure, so I froze. After moments of hearing nothing but a very distant symphony of bugs, I officially closed the door to the car. The rental's key was one of those that wasn't an actual key, aka nothing to hold between the knuckles. But I wasn't even sure I needed to worry about that. It just felt eerie I contemplated leaving my bag, coming back for it early in the AM, but decided last minute, fuck it. I opened the trunk, grabbed my bag, and still tried to make my way as quickly as possible toward the sign that I'd seen. I approached the elevator and read the sign instructing me to go up one floor to the pedestrian bridge, or continue up a small stairway to the ground floor and catch a shuttle. Dear God, how big was this place? I opted to do the whole pedestrian thing because it was a long flight and I was ready to stretch my legs before bed. I hit the button, and as soon as the doors close, I feel I'm not alone. Immediately following the feeling, I hear a long exhale. And then I feel stale breath on the right side of my neck. What I see, it's more like what I can't see. I can literally only describe it as seeing Hollow Man. If you don't know the reference, all I ask is that you look it up to understand, because the moment I saw this thing in this elevator, I thought of that movie, and not in a fun nostalgia way. I was terrified. It's like this invisible force that doesn't feel invisible. The elevator doors open. I run out of there, dragging my suitcase, not giving myself time to allow the wheels to be useful. I get to the pedestrian bridge, still dragging everything along toward the doors. I'm so anxious I can't even think about the fact that I need a key card to open the doors. When they're locked, I sort of panic. And then I hear something familiar, sounding like it's right next to me. A whistle. I whip my head around, but I see nothing. No one. Anywhere. I recall the key card in my purse that I'd gotten before driving to the garage. I grab it, swipe it, nothing. Swipe it, nothing. Now it feels like some sort of sick joke. I swipe it again and it works. As the doors close, I feel secure somehow. And now I'm looking for the thing that I saw in the elevator. I don't see it. And I don't see it again that whole trip. Granted, I didn't take the elevator again. I opted for the stairs, and I was always sure to park on the pedestrian level so that it was a straight shot to the bridge. I did, however, hear that whistle again. It was my last night. I was about to get into my car. I heard that same whistle, but I didn't get that same feeling I had in the elevator. It wasn't negative, just strange. It made me think back to the first time I'd heard the whistle. I was a little unnerved, but it wasn't the scary part. For some reason, I think I encountered not just one of the unknown, but possibly two separate entities, together in one space. If I had to put money on which possibly meant harm, elevator, Hollow Man, for sure. So, anyone else have any weird stories from the area? I have to go back to Hilton Head next spring. Ironically, I've only become more interested in the paranormal since this experience. Before this, I truly wouldn't have had an opinion either way on ghosts and such. And now, I think I really want to stay there again. Maybe even try to catch some footage or bring someone with me who knows what they're doing. Because that place, that structure specifically, it's definitely haunted. I was taking a shower and just staring aimlessly at the shower head, dreaming and pondering of the things that one ponders of during a shower. The shower head had a mirrored surface, and I slowly realized that though I was staring directly at it, my reflection's eyes were looking off to the left. For a moment or two, I wondered how that was possible, and what trick of the beveling was causing my reflection to be looking away, when suddenly my reflection's eyes shifted and looked directly at me, and they continued to return my gaze for the rest of the shower, as if nothing awry had been happening. It's never happened before or since. I probably won't respond after this story. It was a really dark period in my life, and I'm sure I won't come off as the hero by any means. But I've learned my lessons and made right by God for my sins. This happened a good couple of decades ago. When I was in my 20s, I was a hellraiser, and also heavily addicted to meth. I don't hold on to a lot of memories from this period in my life, but this one, well, let's just say it's left a scar. It also may have saved my life. So I was addicted to meth, but my girlfriend, she was too. We enabled each other out of community college with our addiction. She said that her and her friends were going to do it to study all night during finals week. But after finals week, we just didn't stop. 1,000 unfinished, poorly planned projects were tossed out of my dorm room the day they found us smoking in the stairwell. I couldn't go home. That meant breaking up with her and my other new love. Not to mention, I wasn't ready to tell my family that my girlfriend and I got kicked out of college for smoking ice together. So, she and I began living in my minivan off campus. We'd still sneak into the gym to shower, but most of our time was consumed by getting money for the drug, getting the drug, doing the drug, and repeat. I somehow kept my job at the printing shop throughout all of this, but even that money started to run out just as fast as the meth. Not in the right state of mind, she and I came up with a plan to rob someone at the bus terminals. They're deserted and a good 100 yards away from any building or window for prying eyes. It didn't take us long to catch a single rider getting off the bus alone at night. It was close to 1 a.m. We checked the bus schedule and waited for the last couple of buses to make their rounds through. Finally, on the second-to-last bus scheduled to roll through, an older man steps off the bus. We wait. He's the only one. Doors shut. Bus pulls off. My heart starts racing, and I hear my girl hop up. She's already on her way to the man before I can give my next action a second thought. She runs to approach the man, slowing down her pace as she nears him, catching his attention with a pretty face and a naive question about bus times. The man happily stops and turns to answer her inquiry. But before he's able to pull his hands from his coat pockets to check his watch, I'm supposed to come up from behind and knock him out. I do. The first swing doesn't take him down. The second one does. We empty his pockets and make a dash back to the van. Parked miles away, it's our first chance to actually see the loot we've collected. $20, a bus pass, and some receipts. The 20 got us what we needed for the night. It was the easiest money I've ever made. We hatched a plan to hit another bus stop the next night. This time we were going to try to kidnap the person, not to hurt him, but thinking that we'd take him to an ATM and make them clean it out. I kept a hairbrush in my pocket to resemble a gun, along with a fabric sack to pull over a person's head. The sun sets and we're in another empty bus terminal, waiting for the next lick. Sure enough, as the light poles begin to turn on, a bus rolls in and drops off a single passenger. Again, my girl jumps up from our hidden position before we even establish that this is the guy we're going to get. No turning back now. It's game time. She starts jogging up to him. I duck out of view and start to make my way around unseen, so I'll be facing his back when he turns. I watch as my girl catches up to him to say her lines. I'm watching her while slowly approaching from behind. Her face isn't smiling. She looks almost scared. But I don't really process her expression before I'm already picking up my pace and volume of steps. But as if he knew I was coming, The man turned around to face me. I notice his eyes immediately. His eyes are black, pure black. No pupils, no whites around, just black. It startled me enough to throw me off my game. My usual confident aggression became a tailspin of stammers. With the fake gun still in my pocket, I managed to mumble out, "Give me your money." But he just stares at me. The momentary pause of silence gives me another chance to say it with my chest. And I said, "Did you hear me? Empty your pockets." But again, this guy just stares at me. And then he smiles. Creepiest, most arrogant smile I've ever seen. His arrogance sends me into a rage, and I use my free hand to grab him by his collar. But when I do, it feels like he somehow got me by the throat. But I can see his arms. They're down at his side. He doesn't even touch my girl, yet I see her hit the ground. Both of these events, the choking sensation, my girl falling, I'm so confused. Moreover, why couldn't I fully grip this guy's neck? Why was I getting weaker? And just as I had that thought, everything went black. The next time I see light, I can tell that time has passed, but I have no idea how much. This was before cell phones, so it wasn't just as easy as looking at my phone. But the other thing I notice is that I can't move my hands. They're tied. Not only that, but I'm tied to something, a large pillar supporting the top cover of the bus terminal. I don't see my girl, not immediately, but I can hear her.
Oh my God. Ian?
Then she starts to cry. I go to work on whatever has me tied up, asking her if she's tied too. I realize the ties aren't even that tight, so they're off quick. I move around the pillar to help my girl, and that's when I see her face. And when I do, I immediately start to feel around my face. Her face is riddled with words like junkie and human garbage. But worst of all, she's got a capital L literally carved into her forehead. And from the feel of it, I've got one too. When she sees me, she immediately bursts into tears, begging me to untie her, pleading that I tell her if her face looks like mine. Once untied, she goes over to the plexiglass cover over the benches at the bus stop. And by the shrill that she lets out, it's apparent she caught her reflection. By this point, neither of us are high. We're majorly jonesing, but everything is missing. We've already had no drugs, but now everything we had was gone. No keys, no wallets, nothing. My girl is majorly freaking out, and she decides to pick up her pace and is well ahead of me as we make our way back to the van. As we make our way back to the van, I'm going through my pockets, and that's when I find that the guy did leave something behind. A note. I stop my girl and I ask her to check her pockets. She does, and we each have one. We each had one in our back right pocket. He starts the notes out with our full names, followed by, "You're still breathing. You're lucky. I know exactly who you are. I'll be watching. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The moment we finish reading our notes, I look over and my girl just gives me this horrified look. Then it clicks. She's looking just beyond me, behind me. I quickly turn around to see what the fuck is going on, and there's no one there. She keeps pointing and looking horrified. Then she screams. Just a pure panicked scream. And then she just takes off. Books it in the direction of town. I don't even entertain chasing her. I'm so confused. And I watch as she disappears from sight. So I'm alone. It seems about dawn, and I'm desperate to get to my car. So I keep walking. I don't know what the fuck my girl's gonna do, going out in public with her face looking like that. I was sure she was gonna be arrested. Well, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I made my way back to my van. When I finally get there, I'm shocked. I see my keys sitting on top of it. No sign of my wallet, but 1 for 2 isn't bad. Getting into the car, I realize the horror that is my face. Scribbles, scratches, the L. It's a shit show. And my mom, she's going to cry, no doubt. Even though I wasn't living with my parents at the time, my ID still had their address. Major paranoia kicked in, and I decided to make a drive to their house, afraid for the worst. Did this guy kill my family? Or do something to my home? He had not. Everyone was fine. Only thing that they were afraid of was my face. And yes, my mom cried. I had to plead with my parents not to call the cops. Call it leftover paranoia or the genuine concern that I would go to jail for trying to rob someone. Not to mention the guy we actually did rob. I was sure that he had filed some sort of report. They didn't end up calling the police, but that was the last time I manipulated my parents into doing anything to save my ass. To be honest, it was all a pretty fucked up situation. I mean, I know I was doing people wrong, absolutely, but I guess that's what I mean. Like, this guy could have killed us, right? Sure, he slightly disfigured us, but why did he stop there? Was he interrupted? So many questions. It was almost easier just to focus on my sobriety. My dad, he didn't talk to me for weeks, and that was rough. But when he did talk to me, he had a pretty valid and unsettling question. How did this guy know where to put my keys? I hadn't thought about that at all, which I blamed on drugs. I was just happy that something had worked out, you know? But yeah, how did he know? I parked so far away from the terminal, and he hadn't seen us before he'd gotten off the bus. Like, that wasn't even possible. What I keep going over, can't let go of, is what the hell was wrong with that dude's eyes. And also, how he managed to choke me without even putting his hands on me. My parents chalked it up to I was high, and he probably didn't have those eyes, and he likely was touching me. But I'm telling you, no way. Even in my highest of highs, when I'm sober, I can differentiate things. And this one, that's definitely how it happened. Oh, and yes, I still have the scar. It's faint, thanks to a lot of TLC. Better for worse, I'm a hat guy. I never physically saw my girl again, but I know she didn't learn her lesson, at least not quickly. A mutual friend told me that she went off the deep end. 2 years after this whole thing, she'd been locked up for attempted robbery and assault. Tattooed her whole face, told people that she was the son of Satan. Not the daughter, but the son. Yeah, meth. It's a hell of a drug. No idea what happened after that. I remember trying to look her up once Facebook was a thing for me. No such luck. Given my colorful past, I don't keep up with a lot of people from my hometown. I've been sober more than 20 years, but other than telling this story, there's no going back there for me. So this happened April 4th, 2022. My friend and I were on our way back to Kentucky from Columbus, Ohio, after a Matt Maltese concert. We got about 20 miles out from the venue, and we both decided to stop and grab a snack, as well as use the bathroom. We did our business, got our snacks, and hopped back in the car and ate. I looked at the GPS and realized it changed our route from the interstate to down some highway. I didn't really question it much because it was already 12 a.m. We were tired and just wanted to go home. We start making our way down the highway when I realize there's literally nothing. No other buildings, no lights along the road. The only place I saw when we got off the exit was the gas station. Just the gas station. Absolutely nothing else. There were hardly any trees that we could see on our way down the highway. just open and flat fields. My GPS tells me after 4 to 6 miles to turn on a small road. I thought it was weird that I had to turn on a road that didn't even have 2 lanes or any lights, just 3 sporadically placed houses that didn't even look like someone lived in them. At this point, I started feeling really off. I initially felt weird when we went to the highway instead of the interstate, but thought I was just being paranoid. Now, at this point, I joked with my friend. This would be the perfect place to see a skinwalker. I didn't say the name, just the abbreviation. If you don't know what it is, well, Google it. I've always been superstitious, and I don't even like saying or thinking the full name. I even hate the abbreviations. My friend laughed and said, "Don't even say that. My GPS tells me that there's a railroad coming up, so I was ready for it. Problem was I didn't see the railroad until we came right on top of it. The only light coming from my headlights. The train looked abandoned, the carts covered in graffiti, and the wheels corroded to hell. There were no railroad lights, no bells saying a train was coming through, just pitch darkness and silence. My friend and I both felt a chill run down our spine, and we both just knew. We didn't know what exactly, just that we knew. He said my name in a scared tone, and I just knew I had to get us out of there. There was no way forward or around. I threw my car in reverse and quickly backed up until I was at the grass, and I booked it, going 80 down the highway back to the gas station. When we finally collected ourselves, we sat and thought about it. Why would the GPS take us there if the train had clearly been sitting for a while? Wouldn't that road have been closed off? Wouldn't there have been signs saying so? Why weren't the railroad lights on? Why did it reroute there in the first place? Just so many questions. But one thing I noticed is the moment we parked at the gas station and restarted my GPS, it went back to its original route of the interstate. We knew for certain that the train didn't just break down that day and that they left it. It had been sitting for a while. The wheels don't just corrode like that if it was broken down for one day. The biggest issue I have with the situation is that it felt so fake, and yet it was real. It didn't feel real from the moment we left the gas station to the moment that we came back to the gas station. It felt like I was just there, floating and watching. It didn't feel real. Just want to throw this in there. I never really get a feeling like this, and when I do, there's always a reason, and I'm usually never wrong when I feel like this. That's why I feel like we were warranted in worrying so much. It took me crossing past the state line for me to feel safe again. Maybe it was the adrenaline. Maybe we freaked out over nothing. Maybe we were reading into it too much, but I know how I felt, and I know the feeling in my gut was horrible. Thoughts? My friend likes to go mushroom foraging, and one time, she brought me with her. We got further and further into the woods, getting distracted by cool rocks, different mushrooms, a cool stick, or even just by talking. We were having a great time, just the two of us, until we stumbled into a clearing where a man was sitting, skinning what looked like a deer. I was frozen for a second. I moved to this yeehaw-ass town about 1.5 years ago. I'm from the Bronx, where you see weird shit, but I'm definitely not used to hunting culture. My friend and I were just sort of frozen. The man looked up, covered in blood, and said, "You know it's not safe for girls like you out here, right?" Then he let out a raspy laugh, instantly chilling my bones. He picked up his frighteningly large knife and just kept skinning the deer and muttering about all the dangerous animals in these woods. My friend and I were just nodding, not sure what else to do or say. He looked back up at us and he said, "There's the bears, sure, the mountain lions, the fisher cats, and the rabid coons, but the most dangerous thing out here?" He leaned forward and pointed the knife. "Man, the most dangerous game there is." My friend and I made eye contact and just booked it through the woods, through the bushes and thorns. And eventually we found our way back to her property. Not sure if creepy hunter guy was just scaring us for shits and giggles, but fuck, it was creepy. I'd like to think that he just got some fun out of scaring two teenagers, but Jesus Christ, not in the mood for this dude to pull a frickin' Robert Hansen. Some background context. 6 or 7 years ago, my family had a family reunion, and my cousins decided to rent a beach house because, why not? When my family and all my cousins arrived at the beach house, we all unpacked our stuff and I went upstairs because that's where all of my cousins were. There were about 5 of us in the room from what I remember. We were the youngest cousins at the time. I was 10 and the youngest in that room was 4. Probably 15-20 minutes later, the door opened on its own. Keep in mind, the door was closed all the way. There was absolutely no wind, and we were the only ones upstairs. I got up and closed the door, not questioning anything. Then I continued to play with my cousins. The door opened again, a few more times. The 6th time it happened, I opened the door and I don't know what I was expecting, but I was pretty stupid when I was 10. I whispered, "If you're angry, grab my hand." Then I stuck out my arm. Believe it or not, I felt a tug. I was a little spooked. I just closed the door again and continued playing. It didn't open again. Around 7 p.m., my uncle came out of the bathroom and he asked, "Was there any wind? Because the fucking mirror was swaying." We all looked at each other. We told him that there was no wind and just shook it off. When we all went to bed, I woke up around 1 in the morning. I looked at the window and there was a shadow figure. Everyone was asleep. I blinked and it wasn't there anymore. I turned back and my brother, who was 1 at the time, was sitting up, looking at the stairs. I was trying to see what he was looking at, and I saw the same shadow figure looking at him. I pulled my brother down into the bed and I made him face me. We both fell asleep afterwards. We woke up and I told everyone. They were all in shock. Then my mom asks, "Wait, was everyone sleeping?" Because I heard people playing mahjong around that time. I was confused because nobody was up. I told her nobody was up. We decided to leave a day early because we were all a little spooked. Before we left, one of my older cousins, he's a psychic medium, he was drawn to this one place as if someone was telling him to go there. He went into the house asking everyone for a shovel. I don't remember how he got the shovel, but I followed him and I saw him dig in this area near the house. What he dug up, it looked like a grave. If I had to assume, the house was built over an old graveyard. We covered the grave with leaves, coconuts, and flowers. We left afterwards. But still, I think something followed me home from that. So this happened a while ago, When I was 17, my girlfriend was 16 at the time, and we were asked if we could babysit for my cousin, who couldn't. We obliged when money was involved, obviously, and we went to the house at about 2 p.m., and everything was all right. It came to be around 1 a.m., and we were wondering, when were the parents going to be home? So we tried to message them. However, no reply. We thought to ourselves, they must be too drunk, but they should be on their way soon, hopefully. We were warned prior to babysitting that there had been a few things that had occurred in the past, such as people threatening to smash windows, people attempting to kick the door down and get in, and so on. We thought nothing of it at the time, just said to ourselves, it won't happen whilst we are there. We were mistaken. Around 1 a.m., I heard a noise outside. I turned to my girlfriend who was on her phone, asking if she heard it. She said, "No, you're just hearing things," and brushed it off. About 10 minutes later, I was bombarded with glass. A brick had flown straight through the window, landing on the sofa next to me. I went outside to see if I could find the person who did it. However, they must have already escaped, or so I thought. A little information about this house. On the left-hand side, there was an alleyway leading into both the back garden of the house and the neighboring house. It was pitch black. However, being the brave person I thought I was, I turned on the flashlight on my phone to look down the alleyway. As I did, I may have shit myself, as I saw someone in a black hoodie crouched down in there. We stood there, frozen, staring at each other, felt like an eternity, before he finally threw himself towards me at full speed. I said to myself, fuck this shit, and I ran into the house, locking the door behind me, hands shaking. When I got back in, the kids were already downstairs wondering what had happened, and my amazing girlfriend was there to comfort all three of them, telling them it's nothing, even though they were probably old enough to know what had happened. She started to clean up the mess while I was on the phone with the police, fearing that the person was still waiting outside. The police came within minutes, took our information, and told us they would patrol the area, keep an eye on the house until the morning. About an hour later, the police knocked on the door again and gestured me to follow him to his patrol car. When I got to the car, I saw a man sat in the back seat, handcuffed, and was asked, "Is this the person who smashed the window?" I analyzed the person from head to toe, and he fit the description I gave police entirely. The parents finally got home and were obviously worried about their children's safety. However, the kids were fine, and they thanked us, paid us, and we went on our way home at around 4 a.m. A few days passed, and it turns out it was the mother's crazy ex, who had intentions to kill her. However, she was not home. And when he was taken into custody, they found a knife in his pocket. I still get chills when I think about the night. What if I tried to be brave and fight the guy? I would 100% be dead or seriously injured. I know this isn't really scary to most people, but if you've ever been in a similar situation, you understand just how terrifying it is. We haven't spoken in years, but when me and my best friend Ashley were 15, we spent every day together. I was friends with her older sister Kelly too, who was around 17 at the time, and the only other person who lived with them was their dad. Me and Ashley both did online school, so I stayed at her house for weeks on end. Her boyfriend, Brady, lived in the same cul-de-sac as her and came over almost every day. So naturally, all three of us were pretty close. We had a fairly large group consisting of our female friends and his male friends. Her dad went out of town for a weekend, so we decided to all chip in on alcohol and have everyone over. The last person to show up was one of Brady's friends, and he brought 2 girls who weren't in the friend group with him. One of the girls brought out a Ouija board, so almost everyone followed her to Ashley's basement. None of us besides her really believed in that shit, so all but maybe 2 or 3 of us sat around it. When nothing happened, we started throwing insults at the board, trying to taunt ghosts and demons, but still, nothing happened, and we continued on with our night. By the end of the night, it was me and my friend Kara and our older friend Melissa sleeping in Ashley's room, and Kelly was in her room with one of her friends. Kelly and her friend were watching a movie, and everyone but me smoked some of Melissa's weed before we laid down in Ashley's room. Half asleep, we started hearing doors slamming from across the hall. We suspected Kelly and her friend until they FaceTimed us from their room, freaking out, doors still slamming in the background. Now that we were sure there was someone in the house, we told them to lock their door, and Melissa pushed a dresser in front of Ashley's door. We called Brady to come over and check the house, and at this point, the door slamming had moved down to the first floor. Everyone who was high, especially Ashley, was super paranoid and scared. Ashley was having a full-blown panic attack. Brady checked the house and found nobody. So we let him into Ashley's room to calm everybody down. He told us that it was probably the cat, which was in Ashley's room, but that he would stay with us for a little bit to make sure. I believed him until I got a Snapchat from him. Only 2 words, but they hadn't even crossed my mind. Ouija board. The conversation went on, and I was fairly confused as I didn't really remember much of the night. But basically what he told me was that he didn't want to freak out Ashley or the others, but that the girl from the party left the Ouija board in the basement because she believed that we all fucked up earlier when we messed around with it. Not wanting to scare my friends, I volunteered to do another sweep of the house with him before he left, as I was the least scared. Me and Brady left Ashley's room and made a beeline to her basement. Neither of us believed in this shit, but I had to know, and I guess so did he, because we sat next to each other and we put our fingers on the planchette. It flew across the board from Z to O to Z. We both had general knowledge of Zozo, and even though we didn't really know what was going on, we tried to move the planchette to say goodbye, but it resisted. Both of our hands flew off the planchette as it flew across the board. It paused for a moment before slowly moving to the last O. Brady grabbed it and swiped it across goodbye, and we sprinted up the stairs to the main level. When I got to the top of the second stairs, he yanked me back to the landing and grabbed me by my shoulders. I've seen Brady do a ton of crazy shit, and he'd had a lot of crazy stories, but I think this was the only time I'd ever seen him scared, and he looked fucking terrified. He just kept shaking my shoulders, asking me, "Were you fucking moving it?" And I said no, and I asked if he was, and he said no. We were so scared, but we agreed not to tell any of the others. They made us state our names before letting us back in the room, and they realized something was up with us, but we didn't tell them, and he went back to his house. I refused to sleep for a long time. I heard noises the whole time. Kelly texted me asking if I heard music. I did, but I told her to go to sleep. I fell asleep at some point, but I woke up with 3 large scratches on my forearm. Brady came over, and together, we told them everything. There was a music box in the unfurnished part of Ashley's basement. Ashley thought that we were pranking her, but Kelly believed us. I stayed with Kelly in her room for about a week after that. Brady FaceTimed us one night after Ashley had fallen asleep, saying he had a bad feeling. I got up to use the bathroom, and a door slammed. I bolted back to Kelly's room, and on FaceTime, we watched as an upside-down crosscut formed on Brady's chest. If I hadn't watched it get larger and worse, literally carving itself into his skin, I would have never believed him. But I did. Weird shit happened all week. Her animals were being weird. The basement door was in various states of open that we never left it in. We burned sage in Kelly and Ashley's entire house, but when their dad came back, he refused to move his office into the basement like he said he would. Said it had a bad feeling. I haven't talked to Ashley, Brady, or Kelly in years, but I remember almost everything about this. It was my one and only experience where I cannot explain it. I don't know what it was. I don't know what happened. I haven't researched anything about Zozo because I'm too fucking scared. This happened last Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Recently, my company started providing armed security for an old hotel under a new name and management in southern Colorado Springs. I don't know exactly how old this place is, but it's been an active hotel since I was very young. As we started the contract, the standard for the first 2 months was to have 2 security officers working. 1 senior and 1 new. My last shift, I was paired with a real annoying rookie, and this kid was uptight and dumb. For years, it's been known that many deaths, be it suicide, natural, or even a few instances of murder, have occurred at this hotel. My concern was to make sure heavy drug users didn't sneak into the building and squat. The new kid wanted to inspect everything from the littlest noises to anyone walking around after midnight to see if they were guests or not. Well, I think when we got called to the basement, it changed the kid's overly inquisitive nature, or just plain affected him. Front desk to security, the hotel radio poorly chimed out. Go for security? I replied, thinking it was just another guest call, complaining about their neighbor or a homeless person in the lobby. Can you both check out the basement? A motion sensor trip was sent to the front desk switchboard, and I wasn't down there. You'll have to come get the key for the access stairs, the night auditor said, half awake. Thinking to myself, if we have to get a key to access it, how would someone have gotten down there? As we approached the front desk, the night auditor stated that the switchboard had gone off twice more since she called us, less than 3 minutes earlier. So, curious, I asked how someone could get down there without a key to the stairwell door. Oh, I forgot to mention, the broken elevator, it isn't broken. It just goes from the first floor to the service area of the basement without the maid's key at the moment. She stated this like it was no big deal. Annoyed, I grabbed the key off the counter. I told the rookie to look alive in case someone went down there knowing that bit of information. At the mouth to the basement, behind the doors, we began hearing heavy moans and breathing. It sounded like it could have either been directly behind the door or on the complete other side of the basement. Before we go in, I'm the lead officer. You will not do anything unless I tell you to. Stay on my 6 and follow my lead. Do you understand? I barked at the rookie, to which he did a quick but confident nod. I pushed open the door and announced,
Security. If anyone is in here, announce yourself now.
This is standard for when we enter an area on most of our properties when a suspected trespasser is present. The rookie followed behind me as I proceeded. The safety lights were on, Every other fixture was on, and since there was enough light to see everything clearly, I didn't feel it necessary to turn on the full lights. Toward the complete opposite side of the basement, we began to hear what sounded like someone jingling a large key ring. My first thought was, oh joy, another meth head. As I began moving down the corridor, I heard the sound of the hood of a holster disengage. Pissed, I turned right around to chastise the rookie for drawing his gun, but anger turned into confusion. He was standing there, pale, fixated, eyes forward. Did you hear that? He stammered. I replied, it might just be a machine switching, but remember, follow my lead. Now, thinking that there was someone at the end of the corridor in the main laundry, I unsnapped my taser latch, just in case. As we approached the end of the basement to the other locked stairwell access, we didn't find anything out of the ordinary. No person trying to nest, but as we reached the freight elevator, we found a sign that set the next set of events in motion. The sign read, "Security. All elevator access to the basement will be unavailable overnight from the 1st to the 12th. If you need access, get the key from the front desk." I took a picture to show the night auditor, but I got a chill while doing so. As the rookie and I began double-checking every area on the way back to the stairs, we started experiencing minor paranormal occurrences. And they started after the rookie found a few spiritual items. While still in the main laundry toward the far back secondary stairs, the rookie found an unburned bundle of white sage wrapped in white lace, sitting on top of one of the large machines. Not knowing anything about sage, the rookie quickly snatched it off the machine. "Hey, I think I found a weird joint." I turned to see him holding a bundle of white sage. "Hey, dumbass. First, put that down. Second, that's not marijuana. It's cleansing sage." This kid didn't know anything about paranormal phenomena or how to protect against it, so I told him not to pick up anything, especially if it isn't something he's familiar with. After he put it back where he grabbed it from, the first occurrence happened. As he set it down, 20 feet behind him, a shelf filled with clean, folded towels fell completely off the wall. As we documented it for a report, a small snicker came from further up the corridor, but only like a split second of a snicker. We began moving up to the next section where the overstocked furniture and appliances were stored. An overhead pipe that was not leaking when we passed under it earlier was now leaking, like a huge crack just happened. I thought this was odd because I was sure with the amount of water leaking, we would have heard it, regardless of our location in the basement. As I was inspecting the pipe for the point of the leak, the rookie yet again picked up something. "Hey, this isn't sage 2, is it?" I look and I see him smelling Palo Santo wood, tied with a red ribbon. "Dude," I replied, exhausted, as he just drops it. I look down in the puddle of water from the leak, and I see a bare footprint within the water. Starting to get freaked out, I stated we needed to get back upstairs. We proceeded to the second-to-last location. Immediately, I noticed a cross on the wall, on a wall that I didn't spot earlier, with lavender sage wrapped in purple lace. Take a quick look around and make sure nothing is going on, so we can go, I said, trying not to show that I was getting unnerved. Nothing happened in the section until just before we moved through the double doors, and all the safety lights behind us, back to the laundry, started flickering. Honestly thinking something was going to happen, but not wanting to show that I was starting to freak, I told the rookie to move to the last room. finally the last area where we came in from. Luckily, there were only 2 small planning offices in the hub room. The difference between when we entered the basement till now was that the light was on inside the hub room. I told the rookie to watch the hall as I checked the planning offices, which was quick. But when I went to the hub room to check and turn off the light, I looked down at the server monitor for the main cameras. In the hub room, there was the whole hotel camera system on one monitor. Up at the front desk, the cameras only show the exterior, the hallways of the rooms, and the pool areas. So I took a glance at the screen. I noticed the lights were still flickering in the main laundry. A big pause in the lights occurred, and the night vision started to kick on. Slowly, a figure from the laundry became visible on the screen. I realized while intently staring that the figure was standing next to the machine that the white sage was on. A bright flash lit the monitor window as the light came back on. My heart dropped as the room lay empty. The person who was standing in the night vision of the camera was just gone. I looked away to the door frame of the hub room, and I saw a bundle of black sage nailed to the frame, wrapped in black twine. I walked out, closing the door behind me. "We clear?" asked the rookie. Still stunned by what I saw on the camera, I replied, "We're done down here." We enter the stairwell and lock the door. Back in the lobby, the night auditor came over and asked if we found anything. "I'm going to go out front and smoke. Then I'll show you the issues we found," I said, pulling the pack from my pocket. The auditor, seemingly knowing that I was startled, asks, "You didn't touch the wards, did you?" I looked her in the eye without saying a word. "Oh dear, you did." It's now been roughly a week since I've been there, and I can say I'm not looking forward to going back. I'm a 31-year-old female who's states away from home on a business trip. About an hour ago, around 8:30 p.m. here, I'd just gotten back to my room from a work dinner. I heard shuffling in the hallway and peeked out the peephole. I saw a figure seemingly outside the room to the left of mine, looking outward. They were knocking lightly and said twice quickly, "Hello, hello." Then it sounded like the door opened and closed. I was like, okay, they must have forgotten what room they were in or something. Someone let them in. I walk back to the main part of my room, and I hear shuffling again. I look out again, and I see a figure. I can't really make out what the person looks like, but I see them on the other side of my room this time. And again, hear light knocking, and hello, hello. Now, I'm starting to get a weird, spidery sense of like, what the hell is going on? I see the figure leave and think, okay, that was weird. Then, I again start hearing shuffling. I start walking toward the hotel room door, and I hear a light knock on what sounds like my door. Again, I hear, hello, hello. And immediately after, someone attempts to open my door. Thank God I had the cross latch pulled over, not the deadbolt though. My heart stopped as I stood there and watched the door hit the latch and fall back shut. I called the front desk and informed them that someone had just tried entering my room and I'm not staying with anyone. The front desk attendant just replied, "I don't have any housekeeping up there." To which I replied, "Okay, well, that's concerning. Could you please send someone up to check around?" The attendant replied, "Well, there's no manager on duty." To which I asked if I could call the police instead because I was very worried, and I started to cry a bit. She replied that I should do what I thought I needed to do. I hung up and cried for a bit, not sure what to do. I didn't want to ask for another room because I'm too scared to leave now. 10 minutes later, the hotel phone starts ringing. I was honestly feeling really scared to answer, but I did. It was the front desk attendant. She said the police were going to be coming to my room, and she didn't want me to panic when I heard them knocking on the door. I said okay and hung up. I sat there and thought, how do I know this is legit? Whoever tried to access my room had a key. Otherwise, how would the door have actually opened? A few minutes later, as expected, I hear a knock. I looked out the peephole and I saw 2 male officers. I didn't ask to see ID, which in hindsight probably would have been the smart thing to do. But I was so shaken up and not really thinking. I opened the door and they asked what was going on. I told them all that I explained above, and they said it was good that I had the cross latch pulled over, because the door would have opened if not. I responded, "It's a hotel. What do you mean? What's the point of the access card then?" I wiggled the handle. We were in the hallway, talking with the door open. Then they took a pause and they were like, "Oh, it automatically locks?" Again, I was like, yeah, it's a hotel. So then they had me shut the door and open it with the key to test it. Sure enough, didn't open without the access card. Then they said it was probably housekeeping. I responded that the front desk attendant told me there was no housekeeping up here when I called. Plus, it was 8:30 p.m. Why would housekeeping be coming by at that time, unless I'd requested that somebody come by? Plus, I noticed housekeeping had already been by during the day because my trash was emptied and dirty towel was gone. They ultimately told me they thought it was housekeeping and not to worry. But if anything else happened, or if I felt unsafe, to call them. They also said if I wanted to change rooms, they were sure the hotel would accommodate this. I said okay, while crying, and they left. Now I'm sitting in my room crying, laying under the covers in my clothes. I'm sure I won't sleep tonight. I'm also too afraid to change rooms because I don't want to leave this room. I have the cross latch pulled over and the deadbolt locked. I think I'm safe. Am I being paranoid? Was it probably housekeeping? Should I be doing something different? I'm posting an update on this one for everyone. I'm home safe and promptly came down with a nasty bug, slowly crawling out of it. I'm glad I followed my gut and reacted the way that I did to do what I could to stay safe. I was able to speak with the manager the next day when she came in at 11 a.m. Unfortunately, the response from her was disappointing, just like the night shift front desk clerk and the morning shift front desk clerk when I checked out. Needless to say, I will never stay in this hotel again and will be avoiding this large chain as a whole. It was the early 90s, and I was 17 or 18. I'd moved out of my parents' house not long before to not the safest of cities. I was a handful at the time and clashing heads a lot with my parents. I had a great paying job for my age, $16 an hour, and rent was low, $350, so I moved out. Anyway, my best friend and I would go for blunt rides around the city when we were bored. Back in the early 90s, the streets were pretty scenic with crackheads and corner boys. I stupidly had very little fear, and we were used to it. I was driving, we were both pretty smoked out. She was also drinking some sort of liquor straight from the bottle. We'd gone through a yellow light on one of the main roads, when I noticed the car behind us had a police light on the roof and was flashing their headlights at me. Oh, fuck. My friend starts freaking out, shoving the bottle under her seat, almost already in tears. Back then, there were undercovers everywhere, so I didn't think twice about it. I pulled to the side of the pretty busy street. I was hiding the blunt and watching the driver take the light off of his roof and start walking towards us. He tells me that he's seen us driving up and down the streets looking for drugs and demands our IDs. He's leaning in and he's close to my face, looking back and forth at the both of us and sniffing the air. Really big guy, kinda unkempt. We fish out our IDs and hand them to him. He tells us that we're in big trouble. In my rebellious, dumb head, I'm thinking, what the fuck for what? We weren't looking for drugs, just joyriding around, smoking some weed. He goes back to his car. By then, my friend is a puddle of tears. She's no angel either. She was just drunk and high and freaking out. He finally comes back and tells us that he talked to his partner. There's another man in his car. And his partner decided to take it easy on us. He said he would let us go with a warning if we gave him all of our weed and went home. I remember quickly calculating the situation. Plain clothes, undercover car, just wants our weed. Shit didn't add up. Just at that moment, an actual police car was driving by on the other side of the street. The guy saw it too and stepped back a little. I just reacted and opened the door and went to the middle of the street waving my arms at the cop car. I remember the look on the guy's face, like a confused, caught kid with nowhere to go. The cops were coming to a light and not going very fast. They stopped right there, and I just started asking them before they could say anything. Is this guy a real cop? They looked confused. The guy looked like he didn't know what to do. I was yelling to the real cops that this guy said he was a cop and pulled us over. Guy started fast walking back to his car and partner. The cops left their car in the middle of the street and went after him. They got him. More cops showed up. My high is completely gone. The fake cops' car is swarmed. I finally see them both being taken to a cop car in cuffs. The cop that originally stopped came back to my car with our IDs and explained to us that this wasn't the first time these guys had pulled their fake cop act. He asked me if I was okay to drive home, took our information, and said that they would be in touch. I was shaken, but more mad than anything. We went back to my apartment, and that was that. I had a habit of checking out the police logs and court sentencing in the local paper. I found the guy's court appearance, which also contained a mugshot, and a short article about how many times he had done the same thing to other women. The danger that we could have been in didn't really sink into my stupid teenage brain until I read that he had stabbed 2 of those young women. I still remember his face and his name. The court record said that he got a 20-year sentence. I wasn't a big fan of police back then, but thank God they just so happened to be driving by. So nothing too crazy, but I do have a little story about my childhood home. It was the summer of 2012. Life was good, and I was up at 2 a.m. watching Teen Nick in my house's den. The whole house was always fascinating to me. One of the first houses built in our small town in Kansas during the Prohibition as a moonshiner's illegal party house. The whole house is a colonial style full of Victorian features. From the outside, it looks like a 2-story, but there are actually 3 floors and half a basement. The architecture was always confusing as to how this was accomplished, but wedged between the top and main floor is a log cabin-themed room. Our family room, or den. It was a glorified bar room fitted with a monstrous fireplace. an Alaskan moose head from circa 1920, and a salvaged chandelier from the former Douglas Opera House. I hated being alone in that room at night. I always got a weird sensation like someone standing over me when I'd try to sleep on the couch after a long night of TV. My best friend and I also felt this from time to time, sleeping in my own bed, which used to be in the master suite. Never could get the cat or dog to hang out in the den, though. Its door was an inch thick of solid wood and had a very complex lock that remained tucked inside its latch. No previous owner had the key. We never bothered to close it. It would get stuck in the frame because it was so heavy, designed to keep the police out if someone tipped off a booze party. There was a nursery on the top floor that shared a wall with this room. It was sold to us with no doorknob to the small 4x10 room. It became our home office. There was a brand new computer and an all-in-one printer fax that remained unplugged and rarely used. My bedroom was right next to it, and I always slept with my door open. In the middle of the night, I could often see the computer light up and paper would cycle through the printer. Could never get myself to check it until the morning. When we looked at the sheets, there was nothing on them, and we'd just load them back inside. It was my sister and I's favorite place to pirate scary movies. We would close the doors to not disturb Mom and Dad because it didn't latch. But one night, she left me in the room to go get a snack, and when she came back, she couldn't open the door. I was trapped inside. My mom had to use a butter knife to force the handle. I was shook, given the timing. But back to the den. I'm minding my teen-nick business when, out of the blue, I get a call from my friend. She tells me that she's using a Ouija board, which I've always done my part to stay far from. She says that her presence told her to call me. She informed me that I was wearing a black shirt, which I was, and I only own one. I hung up the call and immediately went to my bedroom to wait out the next few hours to daylight. That same summer, my mom, grandma, sister, and I went on one of our late-night drives where we blast oldies while cruising the back roads. As we were driving, an unidentifiable creature ran in front of our car and across the road. None of us agreed on what we saw. We thought it was a very large white rabbit, cat, or small dog. It was moving unthinkably fast for any of those animals. It made it across the road in 2 hops. All the time we joked about it and kept on our way. When we got home and stepped into the foyer, heavy work boots start down the upstairs hall and then down the stairs. They stop at the den level. From the foyer, you can see the part of the staircase that leads to the den. No one is there. We're all looking at each other, waiting for my father to continue his trip down the stairs. He then comes up from the basement, followed by our dog. The cat is chilling in the window on the main floor. We sent my dad upstairs to investigate. He checked everywhere, even the attic. Nothing. It could all be coincidence. When we moved into an apartment that fall, nothing else strange seemed to happen. I am tempted to ask the family who lives there now if they've ever experienced anything. The original owners are buried in the morgue just down the street. To preface, me, my husband, and my in-laws have been stuck living in a hotel temporarily. A few days ago, I had horrible menstrual cramps, and I was feeling extremely fatigued. Getting up was exhausting and painful, and this was after 9 hours of working that day. I was overheating, so I mustered the energy to open the window. As it's a bottom-floor hotel window, there's a perpendicular bar that you need to adjust to allow the window to slide open. it's impossible to open from the outside due to this, in addition to guaranteed damages to the screen if somebody tried. Well, after about an hour, I got up and closed it. I didn't take the time to secure the bar again, and instead waited for my husband to come in, and I asked him to fix it. I watched him secure the bar and lock the window. I didn't leave my room at all that night. My side of the bed is right next to the window. Lo and behold, we kept waking up all night freezing. We both thought the window was closed, so I didn't get up to check it until about 4 a.m. It was open, about 4 inches, and the bar was secured in that position. I closed it and went back to bed without thinking much of it. Next day, I communicated it to my husband, and he mentioned that he didn't touch it again after that. Neither did I. There's no reason it should have been open. We both thought it was strange, but we didn't speculate anything. Come to find out after work the next day, my mother-in-law has been seeing figures standing next to the window in her room and in the corner of her room when she wakes up from naps. She hasn't mentioned it to avoid distressing me or my husband. But when my husband brought up our window to her, she told him about it and asked him not to tell me. He told me anyway. This was pretty interesting to hear, as I haven't felt creeped out by this hotel at all. Whatever's in here with us, it's not actually bothering anyone. Apparently, it was just too hot, and it wanted the window open. My sis and I were on the subject of the guy in my hometown that went on a killing spree. She brought up this story that I told when it happened. About 8 years ago, I stayed downtown. Back then, if you remember, Craigslist had a personal section. I never really dabbled in that, but being curious, I eventually did. So I made an ad, nothing spectacular, and waited. Not much went down. Just some scammers and bots, married people, etc. I got this one message from a young woman telling me how I sound interesting and they'd love to get to know me more. We exchanged pics. She exchanged an older pic, but she looked pretty cute in it. Had a bright smile, big blue eyes. She was nice, I just wasn't feeling her like that. She was 18 and I was 24 at the time, but also she was 7 months pregnant. We enjoyed conversations for a few days and decided to link up. She didn't stay far from me. She stayed more on the northeast side, just on the edge of downtown. This day, there was a festival going on. I asked if she wanted to go, but she couldn't because her legs were tired and kind of sore. So I agreed to meet her at her place. She stayed in a northern slum. Not ghetto, but slum. The house was big, but also, you could tell off the bat that it was used as an apartment. Wasn't an appealing house, but there weren't many other appealing ones either. When I told her I'm outside, I see her come on the front porch. She was a small thing, all of 5 feet tall, white with dark hair. Couldn't be no more than 90, 110 pounds, and that was because of the pregnancy. Her baby bump was very noticeable. She had a small chocolate Labrador puppy with her. They both were happy to see me. When I got close to her, I was surprised. She didn't have the same bright smile I saw in her pics. Her teeth were gray and her face looked like someone who was on heavy drugs. Her eyes still had light to them, but overall, she looked like a tired human being, and not in the fatigued sense. I gave her a hug, made sure to watch my strength. We went into the place. There wasn't nothing sketchy about it. It stunk, like animals and weed. We went upstairs and I saw a black couple up there. They shut their door and it seemed like they were arguing. All the rooms upstairs seemed small, and the ceilings were slanted. Her room was fitted pretty nice. She was a smoker. I smelled the ashtray stench. We decided to watch Pineapple Express. This was my first time seeing that movie. She complained about her legs a lot. I saw some swelling on them, so I gave her a leg rub. I used her body lotion. She loved it a lot, appreciated it big time. We talked, and it was getting late. I wanted to head out downtown to catch the heat of the festivities. She looked like she enjoyed my company a lot, and as we were waving goodbye, for some reason I just said to myself, man, that chick seems troubled. I thought of burning sage when I got home. Like 2 days later, she hit me up saying that her ex-boyfriend got kicked out of his place and he needed somewhere to stay. So me and her hanging out couldn't happen again. Which I didn't care. I just told her I understood and to make sure that she's safe. I left for Chicago to spend time with my family. I came back a week later, and after getting my hair twisted, I saw a realty sign with her last name on it when I was out for a walk. She had a unique last name. I decided to check on her. I sent her an email. No response. About 5 minutes later, I opened up Facebook, and as I scrolled, I stopped immediately because I saw the very picture that she'd sent me. I'm like, why the hell is that pic on here? Well, I clicked a link saying there was a triple homicide. I sat on the curb and was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I read the details and was just shocked. She met a guy on Craigslist for sex. Supposedly, her boyfriend met him too, because he killed the ex-boyfriend and decapitated him. Left his body at a park that I was familiar with. He took her and held her captive in his basement. He tortured her for a week. What made me so pissed was that he went to a sports bar down the street from me and told the bartenders how he had someone locked up in his basement right now. Nobody took it seriously enough to call the police. That probably could have saved her. He strangled her, stuffed her in a suitcase. By then, the police figured him out, and he was on the run. When they stopped his car, he decided to take himself out. And what I mean by that is he killed himself at the end of a high-speed chase. The cops followed him, and he shot himself. The woman was in the trunk of his car, inside of a suitcase. They found him probably because of the emails from Craigslist. I know they investigated my email. I deleted it immediately once I took all of this in. About a month later, I was on Craigslist, and I saw the miscellaneous section about meeting scammers and such. I posted a reply about people being careful, and I posted her story. Also around then, I had a guy that I went to high school with who got caught robbing people for money on there. When I summarized her story, I got a reply from a lady demanding to know what I know. Come to find out it was her aunt. When I told her, she wanted to talk on the phone, so I did. I gave her my condolences and told her about the time that we spent together. She told me her ex was pimping her out. Her life was never like that. Her parents were good people and confused that she took that path in life. That girl was just a baby. I've been around death before, but nothing like that. Because what if I kept hanging out with her? The crazier parts are the guy had another woman in his place, but she escaped. She was living with him, and he made her his sex slave. But also, he was supposed to fly to Vegas to meet a lady from a fetish site. But there were complications on his end. The day he committed the murder, he contacted the lady and told her he wanted to meet her ASAP. He was paying for the travel and everything, but she needed his info. She didn't go through with it. And she looked him up and happened to see his connection with a triple homicide. What's even more dark is that they didn't find her ex-boyfriend's head at the park, just his body. They found his head north of the city in 2019, like 25 miles away from his dead body. Why did he take the head? What did he do? Why travel with it like that? The awkward thing is that there was a lady who lived with me a year after that. Things were complicated and I had to kick her out. She moved into the exact room that chick was in. I know because I had to come over to give her some stuff that she left. This is also the girl that played a major part in my sister and her ex-boyfriend breaking up for good. People do come into your life for a reason, I suppose. I used Craigslist for business and some social events. But after that, my approach became entirely different. And I became very cautious on who I met. I've traveled alone through the U.S. many times. This has given me many opportunities to live through some absolutely bizarre situations. I've had 2 different encounters where I thought I was about to enter the nightmare of my life. The first, I was camping near Tsuke, about an hour from Santa Fe, on a weeknight. It was cold, and I was supposed to leave early in the morning for Texas, and it was forecasted to snow. Being the young genius that I was, I slept in my Jeep to negate all of this. Middle of the night, an SUV quite literally skids to a stop across the gravel into my campground. This wakes me up, and I'm obviously on edge. This SUV is blasting mariachi music. Incredibly odd, but I figured these people were just drunks or high. The doors open and these people get out, and they start running through the woods, screaming bloody murder. I mean, these people sounded like they're gonna die. I'm at an absolute, utter loss. After maybe a minute or 2, everything gets quiet suddenly, and I don't hear them anymore. Tucked into my sleeping bag, I'm starting to absolutely crap myself. I'm sitting there, cramped up in the back of my Jeep, wishing and praying them away. I don't know how long it was. I didn't dare look at my phone. But eventually, I heard quiet voices around my Jeep. The only thing I really caught was, "Do you think somebody's in there?" As you can imagine, I absolutely lost my cool. I just started screaming and I crawled as fast as I could to the front seat. I turned the lights on, and I start the ignition. As I look up, I see these people scattering away like roaches into the trees and down the mountainside. Ever since, I keep a J-frame revolver in my center console whenever I travel. My state permit is recognized in a lot of places, so it's a nice luxury to have. The second one, this was in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. I was headed to Oklahoma from the East Coast to visit my family for Christmas. I was too cheap to pay for a hotel, so I got off I-40, parked behind a hotel, and slept in my Jeep. Middle of the night, I got woken up by the sound of a small scraping noise. Confused, I open my eyes, and I see a figure outside, attempting to work the zipper on my soft top. Horrified, I simply sat there. It wasn't until he or she managed to stick their hand through the small opening they'd created that I reached out, grabbed the nearest thing to me, which was a Coleman lantern, and I smashed their hand with it. Without waiting to see the result of this, I jumped to the front seat, worked the ignition, and peeled out of that hotel parking lot faster than I think I've ever left anywhere. I didn't stop for gas, red lights, breakfast, anything. I merged straight onto I-40 and continued west for almost 30 miles. Needless to say, that was one of the last times I ever slept in my Jeep. The way our house is set up, there's a staircase leading up to the master suite, and it's at a 90-degree angle, no vents. One night, about 2 months ago, my boyfriend was standing at the end of the bed, looking towards the door, which is in a little hallway, so I couldn't see it from the bed. He was weirded out because there was a strong draft coming from under the door, but that's impossible, based on how the staircase is. Then I see him and my cat, turn towards the door, and react at the same time, looking shocked. And I hear the door creaking open, and then slam shut. There was nobody there. Then there was the sound of loud stomping running up and down the stairs. Up and down, up and down, up and down, for a good 5 minutes. Nobody was in the house. Every couple of nights for about a week or two, this running and banging up and down the stairs, it happened. It happened so much to the point where we almost got used to it, and we'd just try to drown it out. Then it stopped, just as suddenly as it started. There were a few weird little occurrences. Doors opening by themselves, small noises, etc., but nothing crazy. Our back door has a storm door that has a dog door on it. And then there's an actual back door that's solid. The back door leads into a sunroom that's open to our backyard. We leave it open so the dogs can go in and out of the storm door, and around 7-ish at night, we call everyone inside and close the door for the night. Information that's very important for this next encounter is that my Shih Tzu Oatmeal hates going outside and will only go if we are with him. If I put him outside by himself, he claws and barks at the door and squeezes himself between the storm door and the back door. About a month ago, after calling everyone in, I was watching a movie downstairs, and my boyfriend was upstairs playing video games. About an hour or so into the movie, I hear scratching at the back door. I think it must be one of our cats, because it's hard for them to get inside from the sunroom. I go to let them in, and it isn't my cat. It's my Shih Tzu, Oatmeal. I pick him up and I love on him and tell him I'm sorry that we locked him out. He growls at me and runs off. Oatmeal is a dick, so I don't think anything about it. About 30 minutes later, my boyfriend comes downstairs and I tell him that he locked Oatmeal outside when we called the dogs in. He insists that Oatmeal has been upstairs with him this whole time, in his lap, making it hard to play video games. We have a kind of half-joking but mostly serious argument because we both insisted on seeing Oatmeal in 2 different places at once. I shrug it off and think my boyfriend just didn't want to admit that he locked Oatmeal out. No biggie. About 2 weeks ago, I wake up for work and take Oatmeal downstairs with me. I close the bedroom door behind me so that Odie doesn't run back upstairs and bother my boyfriend while he's trying to sleep. I do this pretty much every day. I go to work, come home, and my boyfriend's telling me how Odie got in trouble the night before, after I fell asleep, and said he locked him downstairs as punishment. I'm laughing because my dog is a dick, and I ask him when he decided to soften up and let Odie back in the bedroom, and he very seriously insists he didn't. I tell him that Odie was sleeping by my feet that morning, and I took him downstairs with me. We have another argument, both insisting that he was in 2 different places. About a week ago, we were watching TV, Odie sleeping by my feet as always. It gets late, so we turn everything off and we're laying there watching videos on our phone until we get sleepy. I feel something climb up in between us and circle a few times before settling against my back. I can feel my boyfriend petting it. I thought it was a little weird because I could still feel Odie at my feet, and my cat usually lays on top of me. He insists on being on top of me, and he'll climb back if I push him off. But I just assumed it's my cat anyway, because why would it be anything else? About 5 minutes later, I hear Oatmeal's growl come from in between me and him. My boyfriend hurries to turn on the light as something runs off the bed. Oatmeal is sleeping soundly by my feet, and my cat is sleeping in a chair across the room. My boyfriend throws himself out of bed and starts searching the entire room in a panic, going through the bathroom cabinets, the dirty laundry, under the bed. He literally had a gun and a flashlight and is hunting the room, panicked. He says that he was petting what he thought was oatmeal, but when he got to his head, it was completely hairless, and it growled and tried to bite him, and then ran off. We were up for hours before finally falling asleep with the lights on. At this point, I'm convinced it's not a ghost problem, but some sort of skinwalker or doppelganger monster plaguing this house. Over the next few days, we heard some strange noises and little things, but nothing huge. We talked to some people and decided to try and cleanse the house, so we were going to the metaphysical store to get supplies. As we're getting ourselves together, I hear 3 knocks come from the top of the stairs. I ask my boyfriend if he heard them, and then there were 3 more knocks, this time louder and more separated, more deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. We leave the house. When we get back, we decided to leave the stuff in the car until we're prepared enough to do what we need to do, because we didn't want to make whatever this thing was angry. But I did bring in a worry stone I got. I used to have one from when I went to Ireland. I'd carry it in my pocket, but I lost it. I put the worry stone in my nightstand drawer. We spent the evening downstairs. All of the animals were downstairs with us, and the bedroom door was shut. A few hours later, I go upstairs to shower, and I notice something sitting in my cat's water fountain. It's my worry stone. My stomach fucking dropped. So then the next night, we're at dinner with my boyfriend's mom, and she's telling me about all this weird stuff in the house that I didn't know about, including a mailbox in the wall in the downstairs closet. She says she assumed they used it to hide money, which I think is odd, but I decided to entertain that possibility until I actually went home and saw the mailbox. It's a tiny, bright red mailbox. They cut a hole and anchored it into the closet. The back of the mailbox is gone, and it opens into a crawl space between the wall and the back of the fireplace. There's a string in the mailbox that lowers into the cavity. Why would someone hide money in there? It's so obvious. Even if they were, why the string? Once you've found the mailbox, you've found the string. If the money falls out of the string, you have to cut the wall open to retrieve it. I made him cut a hole at the bottom of the wall, but we didn't find anything back there. Whatever they were lowering into the wall is long gone. This mailbox gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I decide to leave it alone. The next day, I'm at work, and I'm telling my coworker about the strange, tiny mailbox, and a pair of my grooming shears is thrown onto the floor from my shear holder in front of both of us. We caught it on a security camera. My coworker was so freaked out, she had the manager go review the footage. I did close a drawer before the shears fell, and I've tried to recreate it, but I couldn't. They're soft closed drawers. I tried physically shaking the station, and even body slamming it, trying to make my shears fall, but couldn't. At the exact same time this is happening, my boyfriend calls me from home and tells me that everything's okay, but something tried to catch the house on fire. He had been burning his mom's old tax documents for the last few days. It was about 10 years worth of paperwork, and it's hot here in Texas, so he split it up. He'd been burning the last batch. He went upstairs to grab something, came down, and something closed the flue, and the house was filling up with smoke. He had to extinguish the fire, which was reaching out of the fireplace. He had to evacuate the animals and air the house out. It's been like 3 days, and it still smells smoky in here. Again, little occurrences happen. Lots of weird noises. Doors opening, closing. Hearing walking upstairs. Keep in mind, we have been sleeping with the lights on. I refuse to be in the house alone. Then last night, around 2 a.m., we're both awake and decide to go downstairs, grab a snack, and let the dogs out. My boyfriend is outside with the dogs, and I hear clear as day, loud thumping footsteps in our room, upstairs. I go outside. Then we both come back in, and we're on the couch, and the light in the dining room is flickering. I ask him if he noticed. He tells me that it started flickering when I got home. He tells me that's how he knew I was home and met me down in my car earlier that day. He said it hadn't flickered all day until I got home. And now that we were talking about it, the flickering got worse. On and off, on and off, on and off. We decided to turn the lights off and go back upstairs. Then upstairs in our bathroom, the light bulb in our wax melter bursts mysteriously. He goes downstairs to the laundry room, and our laundry room light all of a sudden won't turn on, when it was just on less than 30 minutes ago. He comes back upstairs, we lock our bedroom door, and try our best to go to bed. This morning, all the lights are working fine, until I'm out in my craft shed, where the electricity starts going on and off, randomly. Everything all at once, like the breaker was being switched back and forth, and then it just stops. After a few days of flickering lights, strange noises, doors opening, closing, we cleansed and salted the property. Here's to hoping this is the end of it. It would be nice to be able to sleep with the lights off again. This might not really be video worthy, but I've wanted to share this since I read The Whistler yesterday, and this has kind of been freaking me out since. I live in a rural area on a rural property. My whole yard is shrouded in darkness. One night about 3 years ago, I was sitting on my back porch steps smoking, when from the darkness I hear a whistle. I immediately broke out in goosebumps and stood up and looked around, but I couldn't see shit in the darkness. I tried to explain it away, it's just a mockingbird, but I still stood right up against my back door, finished my bowl. Then, again, closer and louder. I rushed back inside and grabbed my gun, then stood by the back door for a moment. I calmed myself down and explained it away again. My neighbor was probably walking the property line, saw me smoking, and decided to fuck with me. The next day I texted him and I asked if it was him, and he said no, but whoever it was, they were whistling Dixie. I was relieved that it was just my old redneck neighbor messing with me and forgot about it. A couple of months later, he invited me over to hang out. We were just bullshitting when I mentioned that he scared the hell out of me the other day. The man looks at me dead in the eyes and says, "Dude, did you really hear someone whistle that night? Because I thought you were just fucking with me." It wasn't him. I later confirmed that he doesn't know how to whistle. I never smoke outside at night anymore. When I do, it's right next to the back door. After I read The Whistler yesterday, I feel like I'm going to hear it again in another 10 years. Fucking freaky. My grandmother would always tell me about knocking that she would hear either a few days before or moments before someone close to her would pass away. It would be around 3 knocks in no particular place. She said she would sometimes hear it at the door, behind the wall, or coming from outside. My grandmother had always kind of had this weird gift to see and experience things that I guess were paranormal, for lack of a better word. She would always tell me her experiences. Me, not being the bravest person on earth, would get so scared I wouldn't be able to sleep well for days. I always thought the knocks were interesting whenever she told me about it, because not long after it usually happened. Someone would die. Or she would complain for days that she wasn't sleeping, and then the 3 knocks would happen as well as other weird things. So I was open to the idea of these knocks due to the fact that, evidently, people sometimes passed away. Last year, the 3 knocks happened to me. It was a Friday morning, and that entire week, my grandmother's sister, SARA, had been fighting COVID in the hospital. SARA was the second closest thing to a grandmother for me, so I had a great love for her. I wouldn't say we were close, but there was that grandmotherly love that she always had given me. When I woke up, I was still between that state of being very sleepy, but also fully aware of my surroundings as I wasn't asleep. I know I had my back to the door of my room when I heard 3 faint but audible knocks on my door. I opened my mouth to say, "Yes?" Then it hit me like a train that I'd heard absolutely no one walk to the door or open any of the doors we had in the hallway. And trust me when I say I have the loudest family. So, I should have heard someone or something. My body froze and a chill went right down my back. For a good minute, I was too terrified to move. I laid in bed for a while to listen if anyone would maybe walk away or open the door to confirm if it was indeed one of my family members. But no, nothing but silence after that. I even thought my brother was trying to scare me. Anyways, long story short, exactly, and I kid you not, exactly 3 days later, after I heard those 3 knocks, my grandmother's sister SARA passed away that morning. The whole experience freaked me out. I still struggle to comprehend what happened, but it did. There's probably a logical explanation, but the fact that she died a while after really scared me and made me think about what my grandmother always told me. This happened to me when I was about 10 years old, but even now as an adult in my 30s, I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents had taken my sister and I out to a movie, and then to get ice cream in celebration of my older sister getting straight A's on her report card. I remember my dad had gotten off of work later than usual, so by the time the movie was over and we had our ice cream, it was well past our bedtime. It didn't matter, though. My parents were happy and proud of my sister. We had a great time, and we took our time getting home. If it wasn't for what happened when we got there, I would have always looked back fondly on this night. We got home around 10:30. Bedtime was usually 10, so I went straight to my room to put my pajamas on while my sister went to brush her teeth. I remember thinking that it seemed a little more chilly in the house that night, but that's the only thing out of the ordinary I can recall from when we first walked in. I barely had a chance to change when I heard my dad yell our names from what I thought was the kitchen. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew it was bad because I heard fear in his voice for the first time ever. It scared me really bad. I bolted out the door and into the kitchen as fast as I could. My sister was already there, and her and my parents were standing very close. My mom looked like she was on the verge of panic, and she motioned for me to come close. She wrapped her arms around my sister and me, and my dad was already dialing on the house phone. Then I noticed some glass on the floor. I asked my mom what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me. She said we needed to go outside right away. As we headed out the front door, I heard my dad talking to the 911 operator and telling them that when we got home, he found our back sliding door shattered and objects strewn about the kitchen. We went to the neighbor's house and waited for the police to come. After a few minutes, my dad joined us. He seemed to be well shaken up, which was a new sight for me. The police arrived and searched the house extensively. It was a big scene with all of our neighbors outside and flashing lights illuminating our entire street for hours. They never found anyone in our house. Whoever had been there had come and gone. The thing that gets to me is that nothing was stolen. Whoever it was didn't want any of our possessions. What they did was take our canned food out of the pantry and stack them into small pyramids on the kitchen counter. They also turned on the TV in the basement and moved a few random objects to different parts of the house. Very creepy. It was like an insane person had been in our home and did things for reasons that only made sense to them. As the police were finishing up and getting ready to leave, I heard one of them ask my mom a question. They talked quietly, and I'm sure they thought I didn't hear. I pretended not to be listening, but I heard everything. You see, we kept magnetized letters on our fridge. I think I'd gotten them for a birthday present a few years before, and we used them to leave each other messages for fun sometimes. The cop was asking my mom if the message there, that night, was done by any of us. It wasn't. I watched my mom turn pale when he told her what it said. It still makes my skin crawl to this very day. It said, "Always watching." The police didn't find any fingerprints. They said the intruder had to have been wearing gloves. For the next few days, the entire family was extremely uneasy. I was absolutely positive that the intruder was still in the house somehow, that there was a hidden place that nobody knew about, where he could hide and listen to us. I never shook that feeling that somebody was there. Within a few months, we decided to move. It was all just too scary for us to stay in that area. We moved to a house several miles away. We were never bothered again, but I do still think about it. Was it kids playing a prank? Was it some insane person that wanted to torment a random family? Or was it someone that truly had it out for us and who really was always watching? Could it have been a neighbor, someone we knew? These questions still keep me up at night sometimes. This happened many years ago, but the hairs on my neck stand up sometimes when I'm alone at home, and I have to check the house to make sure no one is hiding. When I was 14, I had a boyfriend who my parents wouldn't let me see. I was so in love with him, as any 14-year-old would be. So much so that I decided it would be a good idea to sneak out of my house at 3 a.m. in an attempt to see him. My boyfriend at the time quite obviously didn't care about my safety in this situation, so he told me to walk all the way to the Taco Bell near his house, which was probably over a half-an-hour walk on foot. But I was stupid, and I wanted to see him, so I agreed. I remember I put on short shorts and other clothes in an attempt to look cute for my boyfriend, completely oblivious to how stupid this would be. I managed to get outside my house and I started walking down the street. I was nervous, but I was alone, so I didn't feel too threatened. Right as I was passing the power lines, the pickup truck turns onto the road and slowly starts driving towards me. The part that scared me the most was when the car completely stopped, right in front of the power lines, almost trapping me in. I saw a man inside the car look at me, and right in that moment, I got so scared I started running as fast as I could forward, and I wound up in front of a kid from school's house that I was friends with. I started knocking on his window in a panic, and he opened his blinds, and I explained what happened. He said he would tell his older brother. I begged his older brother to take me to the Taco Bell so I could see my boyfriend, but he kept saying that he would only drive me home. I still wonder what that guy had intentions of doing. A few years ago, I was a CNA, and I worked at a nursing home. Had a few encounters there, but nothing prepared me for everything that would happen when I started working at a hospice home. It essentially is where people go to die, people that are sick and don't have a lot of time. The facility was amazing and worked quick on getting people in. The point is, a lot, and I mean a lot of people passed away in that building, and a lot when I was working, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I always opened the window in the residents' room after someone passed away, my way of freeing the spirits so they wouldn't be trapped. No one else, unfortunately, did this. On to the main point of this post. We have 2 wings of the building, and each wing has a huge linen closet. Tons of sheets, blankets, comforters, towels, washcloths, gowns, etc. When you open the door, both walls are lined with racks filled with linen. You can walk down into the room a couple of 100 feet and then turn right. It's a little area where extra stuff is stored, things for bed baths and hygiene things for residents. You're completely hidden when you're in the area on the right. A resident woke up around midnight and wanted to get cleaned up, so I was going to give them a bed bath. I went into the linen closet and headed to the area on the right. I was grabbing soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, a little basin, and other things. I heard the linen closet door open and close. We have 1 CNA and 1 RN on each wing during the night shift. I figured it was the nurse or the CNA from the other side. Sometimes we grab each other if we need help. I then heard a female voice. "Hello? I'm just grabbing stuff for a bath. Do you need help?" I answered, figuring it was the nurse. "I'm so cold." "I can bring you a blanket. Maybe I'll throw it in the dryer again, like last week." I laugh. I turn around and head to walk down the main area of the linen closet, and nobody is there. I didn't hear the door open again, so no one left, and there's no place to hide. I then feel someone grab my shoulder. I scream and drop everything as I turn around so quickly, and of course, nobody's there. I ran out of there so fast. I tried to tell the nurse, but I wasn't making any sense until I calmed down. She stuck by my side the rest of the night. I didn't go back into the linen closet that night. When they grabbed me, it felt like they touched my bare skin, and it was so cold. When I was in kindergarten, my grandpa died. I didn't really understand at the time what was happening, which was good. But what I do understand is that I saw him afterwards. I was at recess, and I remember playing on the little toy, the ones that the kindergartners could play on. I looked over, and I saw my grandpa standing on the other side of the fence. I smiled, and I waved at him, and then I went to run over to the fence, even though we weren't allowed to. I was just about there when my teacher stopped me, asking me what I was doing. I knew I wasn't supposed to be near the fence. "But it's my grandpa. He's just right there on the other side of the fence. Can't I say hi to him?" My teacher looks over at the fence, back at me, and tells me, "Sweetie, there's no one there. But if family comes, they go to the office. Remember?" Yeah, I did remember. But my grandpa, he was right there. I looked over, And she was right. He was gone. Later that day, I remember my parents sat me down and had a real talk with me about death. They told me that Grandpa passed away that morning. After they finished explaining, I asked my mom, "But how did I see Grandpa today at school? He died this morning." Neither one of them had a good answer for me. My mom just said, "Maybe you saw someone that looked like Grandpa, sweetie." No, that wasn't it. I definitely saw my grandpa. But even as a 5-year-old kid, I didn't really feel the need to plead my case to my parents. Over time, they came around though. You see, I didn't care that they didn't believe me or thought that I saw somebody else. In my heart, I always knew exactly who I saw, and so that was the story I would tell. And now, years later, they seem to really like this story. They seem to believe me. I guess something over the years has opened their minds. I worked armed security in Colorado Springs, and a few months ago, a contract ended that we had for a couple of years. The contract was overnight front desk and building monitoring for a community transitional apartment building. More simply put, a stepping stone apartment building for working homeless people waiting for public assisted housing. I haven't worked at this location since last summer, 2021, and the contract ended early 2022. Primarily, we were hired because overnight, some people caused trouble, be it homeless from the shelter next door, less than deserving tenants conducting illegal business, or standard issues involving apartment buildings. Security was limited on what we were able to handle, as the building was run by the shelter, and leasing was through DHS and the state. I asked to be pulled after a 2-month rotation working there twice a week, because hey, staring at cameras and walking a small 4-story building for 12 hours at a time is boring. Now to the meat and potatoes of the post. While working there, I got to know a really cool older guy named David. David was a veteran that ended up getting caught up in drugs and alcohol when he got out of the military in the 80s. Though he was homeless for most of his adult life, David never asked for handouts, but instead worked off any debt he felt needed. Even though David was clean from drugs and alcohol for over a decade when I met him, he was suffering from that lifestyle in his old age. But despite his failing health, David got a job working at a deli that's located at one of my company's overnight patrol services properties. A few weeks ago, as I was checking out the shopping center where the deli's located, I noticed the light on inside the deli, and the dumpster behind the store had movement. I checked it out to find David standing next to the trash bags, smoking a cigarette. After a brief friendly chat, catching up, I told David I had to get back on the road, but I'd be back later in the night. Happily, he acknowledged, but asked if I could do him a favor and bring him a fresh pack of Newport Reds, as he would be there for a while. I agreed, and he said, "I just wanted to thank you for being kind to me." 2 hours later, I returned with the cigarettes and a gas station fruit pie. As I came behind the deli, I saw a food delivery truck and a couple of his coworkers unloading. I parked and walked up to them, asking if David was still there. Confused, the men replied that David was dead. Upset, I replied that was not funny. But the men said seriously that David died just after Valentine's Day. He was on his way home from his shift at the deli. It was a heart attack. Not believing what the men were saying, I stopped at the transitional apartment building on my way to another property to drop off the cigarettes. At the front desk, the new security confirmed what the men at the deli said. The new security then stated that since he had no next of kin or a will, his apartment was just emptied earlier that week. It's now been about 5 weeks since I saw David at the dumpster. And when I'm working patrol on that side of town, I stop and have a smoke with my old friend, even if I can't see him anymore. In September, my partner and I signed the lease on a dream apartment. I was ridiculously excited and kept telling everyone I knew all about it, to the point where I was probably actually pretty annoying. One day, a friend of mine came to visit me at work, and of course, I told her the news about our new place. She asked where it was, and when I told her the location, she turned pale and seemed uncomfortable at best, and flat out scared at worst. She asked to see a picture of the inside, and when I showed her, she let out a long sigh of relief. Then proceeded to tell me one of the creepiest stories I have ever heard. It turns out that about 5 years ago, she'd lived in the house directly next to mine with her sister and boyfriend. Starting almost immediately when they moved in, they began hearing noises out in the kitchen area at night when they were sleeping, and occasionally woke up to open cabinets or kitchen tools scattered around. Eventually, they started hearing what sounded like kids talking in low voices in the kitchen at night, occasionally crying and crashing sounds far off, but still somewhere in the house. Around this time, my friend and her sister started to fight a lot, said that they'd both been feeling extremely irritable about everything. Their house was broken into while they were all at work one night, but nothing was stolen except some cheap costume jewelry. There was cash, valuable jewelry, and designer clothing in the house, but it was all left untouched. Later in the same month, they received a visit from the cops, who said a neighbor had called about screaming and crying coming from the house, and had reported that they left their kids there alone when they were out. They didn't have kids. The cops were called a few other times and finally got a search warrant, and somehow ended up finding a trap door under the kitchen window area that was covered in layers of leaves and dirt. They found out that it was the remnants of a very, very old root cellar. I live in one of the oldest cities in America by European colonizer standards, and much of the structures are built on top of older structures. Apparently, one thing led to another in the search down there, and the police recovered some very, very old skeletal remains of 2 children. Nobody seemed to know if the skeletons or the root cellar were there first. During all of this, my friend and her sister broke their lease and moved out of there ASAP, as they were terrified to be there any longer. I went through with my lease and lived in the building next door to where all of this happened. My apartment is an old adobe market that was converted into an apartment in the 1970s. And it's been an absolute dream to live here. No scary vibes or noises at all. The couple who live in that house now seem pretty nice and keep to themselves. We all have high adobe privacy walls and coyote fences. And I feel tempted to see if they know about all of this, but I'm afraid that it might make them uncomfortable if I approach them about it. About 13 years ago, I lived in a really cool loft-style apartment in West LA. I'd just gotten a great job and was feeling pretty awesome about where I was in life. Sure, back then it was slightly easier to afford a place like this on your own in the area, but it was still quite an accomplishment for a 23-year-old me. The place had its initial small issues, but I was completely enamored by the fact that it was mine, and where it was location-wise, it was picture perfect. I couldn't see the beach, but I could smell it. Probably 2 weeks into living there, I started hearing noises above me in the loft.
As you can imagine, it was slightly troubling since there was no attic. It was essentially the loft and then the roof. Critters? What kind of animals could mimic such a specific sound? The sound of actual steps on creaking wood. Still enamored, I let these noises slide for several weeks and just tried to make the place my own. Then something happened, and I couldn't let it slide. The apartment was a good 4 stories above ground. That's part of what gave it its charm. I wouldn't have to worry about people being able to just walk up to my window. Yes, I'd lived somewhere where that was possible and had happened. I don't even know how long I'd been living there. A few months for sure, but not quite 6 months because I know my lease wasn't up. It was my weekend off, so I was up at some crazy hour, still cooking up snacks and watching TV. I get my popcorn in a bowl, and as I turn off the kitchen light, I catch what I think is the reflection of a woman in the corner of my large front window. I sort of pause and turn the light back on. Still there. As the face slowly starts to fade away, I just stand there. This happens not once, but 3 times. Each time I try to debunk it before it fades, but I don't get the chance. I figure it has to be coming from somewhere else because 3 times in one night is unreal. I choose to forget about it after it doesn't show up again. But as I'm trying to fall asleep that night, I hear the same sounds above me that I've heard for months. But it hits me different this time. It feels like somehow the steps are closer to me. Something urges me to look out my window. I both don't want to and want to at the same time. So I look, horrified. I see the same face, but this time it's in the top right corner, upside down, as though it's peeking down from the roof. I felt a sort of nauseating wave of anxiety. It washed over me. My skin felt hot. I couldn't bring myself to look away. A woman's pale face, almost bloated like she'd been submerged in water. And then the face slowly moves out of frame. It doesn't fade quite like the last time. I didn't sleep that night. I kept looking at the window, but she never appeared again. I would have dreams about her, though. The same pale, bloated face. She was soaking wet, and she never said a word. I just felt this overwhelming feeling that she was real. After that night, everything was really getting to me, and I knew I had to get out of there. I wasn't sleeping. The noises were getting louder. At least they felt that way. And it also felt like I wasn't alone. I hated the feeling. If this thing needed help, I guess I just wasn't the person for the job because I broke my lease. It took some pleading and negotiating with my landlord, but in the end, it worked out. I got myself a much less haunted place. It wasn't as nice, but at least I was actually alone. I'm a firm believer that most U.S. Navy vessels are haunted for a plethora of reasons. I've heard countless sailors share their own personal experiences on board different ships, so here's mine. I've been in the Navy for a little over a decade, and the majority of that career has been spent on the night shift. Well, one night, myself and 4 other fellow soldiers were working in the wee hours of the morning. Working hours were 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We worked on the 7th deck in the engineering space. Well, one of us was called up to the main deck for some reason,
So he left. I watched him go up the ladder well. There's only one way in and one way out of this space. Only 3 or 5 minutes after his departure, the hatch to the pump room, adjoining the space that we were in, bursted open like someone was pissed off. Those of us left down there looked at each other, remembering the hatch was dogged down. 2 seconds later, the guy who left seemed to be walking in the adjoined space. There's 4 ballistic windows where you can see between the space. He almost floated. I always say he looked like he was riding a skateboard. He looked at none of us and then disappeared. Sketched out, we all went to investigate, only to find an empty pump room. Freaked out, we ran back in and called the office asking for this person, the guy who'd left. He was still up there. Days later, we decided to shut the lights out in the pump room and take flash pictures. The majority were lame and vacant until we got to the back corner, where we captured a face staring at us on top of a toolbox. I don't know where the image is today, as I didn't take the picture, but it still haunts me. It was smoky and very clearly looking straight at us. Other than that, people have been shoved, seen old men in old uniforms walking the P-ways, and even hear people walking up aggressively behind them on the deck plates when no one else is around, myself included. Ships are most definitely haunted. When I was 7, I used to live in the middle of nowhere, and I do mean nowhere. Our next-door neighbor was a 10-minute drive, the nearest town, if you'd even call it that, more like a street with homes on it. It was about 20 minutes away, and the nearest form of city or town larger than that was about an hour and a half. The house itself was a typical farmhouse. I was in the first bedroom with a view to the long driveway. While we stayed there, it always felt odd to me. Maybe because we were so far from anywhere, or maybe it was just the vibe. But it was here that I had this experience, my first experience, and I'll never forget it. One night I awoke to the sound of quiet talking. It first sounded like that loud whisper when you're trying to be quiet, but more volume than you need. Initially, I thought it was my parents, since I was very close to where the kitchen was. But as I sat and listened, and the whispering became louder, I noticed that these were not my parents, but rather 2 male voices. My first thought wasn't anything supernatural, but rather simply thieves. I was just there listening to them, getting louder and louder. I could hear, and the 2 of them were just talking. One would simply ask a question like, "What is this?" or "What is that?" And the second one would answer, but would be so beyond wrong, but yet have that tone of just simply answering a question. At this time, the voices sound like they are right beside me, just talking away, and as I turn my eyes around, the curious one asks about an object in my room that I was looking at. Of course, the second would answer it, but get it super wrong. These voices that sounded like they were right beside me were somehow using my eyes to look. Needless to say, I'm a kid, and at this point, I'm scared. And what does any kid do when they're scared? Go to their parents. I snuck into their room and I went to sleep between them. But before that, the first asks, "Are you sure the kid is not aware of this?" And the second responded, "Of course not." That really freaked me out. This was my first ever experience with something I just could not explain, and that was the only time I ever heard the two of them. I am in my 30s now, and honestly, I have a few thoughts on it. But I'm more curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this before. Hearing two phantom voices, with one asking questions and the other just being an idiot. We were driving home, my mother in the driver's seat, heading back after spending an eventful day in another much larger town. I wouldn't call it a city, nor would I call it a town. Well, not in my book, at least. We were traveling through the countryside, seeing paddocks and paddocks with the occasional tree here and there. As we got about halfway, my mother asked if it was okay if we took a detour to go see her then boyfriend's place. Seeing the time was about 2 p.m, and I wasn't in any rush to go back home, I told her it was fine, and we turned off the main road. We continued to travel on our new path, the road being a singular paved road. It was one of those that was probably enough room for 2 cars to drive past with no real issue. Anything bigger, on the other hand, than someone was driving on the curb. So we continued talking nonsense, listening to the radio. I looked forward. There in the distance was a man traveling in the same direction we were. Not really out of the ordinary, as there was one of those blink-if-you-miss-it towns nearby. But something about him just grabbed my attention. For starters, he was a farmer. If his attire wasn't the biggest giveaway, but his clothes. He wore a wide rim hat, a shirt, overalls, and boots like something from the 60s or 70s. As we got closer and closer, he seemed to be not noticing us coming up behind him. My mother's car was not quiet. Closer and closer. My eyes fixed on him as we got close, drove by, and he vanishes. My eyes were completely fixed on him. He was there, and then nothing. I quickly looked back, trying to see if he fell or was hiding. No one was there. No place for him to hide. Just an empty road. You saw him too? My mother asks. The farmer, I respond. Yeah. I turn back to her, and she too was shocked. I described what he looked like, and my mother confirmed it. She too saw this guy. I've been on that road many times in the past. Having lived in that area, I know every turn, every curve, every hill. But only that one time have I seen him on that road. I do believe what I saw was a ghost, still reliving his walk back home. Maybe he died on that road or got hit. I don't know, but I'll never forget it. I'm a 32-year-old male, and I've always been logic, science, and materialist-oriented. I deny anything's existence without solid, demonstrable proof. But when I was 13, I witnessed something that haunts me to this day. I was over at my friend's house, and his whole family was extremely superstitious. He tried to claim his house was haunted, and I proceeded to condescendingly tell him how ridiculous of a proposition that is. Ghosts don't fucking exist. Only a minute or so before this, I'd set a cordless landline phone on the base incorrectly by accident, as in backwards, so it wasn't charging. Mid-sentence, as I'm acting like a condescending jackass to my friend, telling him not to believe things without evidence, the phone I set down incorrectly started to rattle slowly on the base, then more rapidly, until it flew up 2 feet in the air, flipped over mid-air, and slammed down hard on the base. I immediately tried to blame a gust of wind, but the windows were closed. It couldn't have been an earthquake. We would have all felt one powerful enough to do that. I've thought about this event a lot over these past nearly 20 years, and I absolutely cannot explain where the work of energy came to lift the phone that high off the base. And it's quite a coincidence that the only physics anomaly I've witnessed in my life just happened to occur right as I'm verbally denying the existence of ghosts. Basically, I'm forced to accept there are forces out there that we just have zero awareness of. And if I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes and someone told me what I've written here, I can guarantee that I wouldn't believe them, and probably would have ridiculed them. Now, when people tell me ghost stories, I'm inclined to believe them, lest I'd be a hypocrite. So last night, I'd gone out to my front yard to let my dog out so he could do his business. To preface, he's not the type of dog that'll chase after anything, really. He's pretty calm and just kind of vibes when he sees squirrels or animals, and doesn't pay much attention to them. He's more preoccupied with sniffing around and doing his thing. My driveway is sort of long, the typical countryside driveway. So he suddenly, out of nowhere, just takes off down the driveway toward the road, and naturally I take off after him. I cut on the light on my phone, and as I was running after him, I kept calling him, but he wouldn't listen. He's never been the type of dog to not listen when I call him, even if he's distracted. After running halfway down the driveway, we're in the pitch black, and I finally see him come up at the edge of my light. Like I said, he's a pretty calm dog and rarely growls, but he was full-on growling like he was going to kill something. He was about 20 or 30 feet in front of me, and about 15, 20 feet ahead of him was a set of red-orange, glowing eyes, about twice as tall as he is, so about 5 feet off the ground. And as soon as I see them, this scream that sounded sort of human but unnatural as hell comes from this thing. I immediately took off toward the house with my dog, almost beat him back to the house. The entire time, I had this sickening gut feeling like I was going to die. Not long afterward, I was in the kitchen trying to calm down, and this very quick, sharp knock, around 3 or 4 successive knocks, comes from my side door that faces the driveway. After that, I didn't experience anything else. If anyone has any idea of what it might have been, I'd be glad to hear it. My roommate said it might have been an injured deer, but the gut response I had makes it hard to believe. I know deer can sometimes make freakishly human sounds, but this sounded like nothing I've ever heard before. It's hard to describe what it sounded like in words, other than just wrong, but I really hope it was just a deer. The last summer I worked as beach security. First, I'm going to give a little backstory. When I was younger, I worked for my lake community during the summer season for as long as I can remember. The jobs ranged from dishwasher, maintenance worker, and boat tender. My last job, and longest one, was beach security. The lake had a small beach with a building that had a game room, a deck overlooking the beach, a restaurant, a small motel, and a lobby for guests of the hotel and restaurant. I was assigned to check in guests of the beach and make sure that they were members in good standing who paid their community dues, and also to enforce the rules beset on the whole area. I would get a lot of flack from this job, from Karens, crusty teens, and other idiots who were up for the summer. It came with all of the drama that you would see on a CW teen drama show. The story took place during the summer and fall of 2011. I graduated college and I promised myself that this would be the last year that I would work for the community. I was tired of the drama and I was ready to find a real job. To bank more money this year, I also took the position of doing night duty as beach security. For this job, I'd monitor the property for 3 more hours after the game room and restaurant closed at 11 p.m. I would make sure that no one was trespassing on the property. I would mostly walk the property and then stay in the lobby area, watch TV, play on my Nintendo DS until my shift was over. 98% of the time, it would come and go. And sometimes I would see the occasional deer, raccoon, fox, and black bear walk the deck. I'd also have to ask people to leave or call the community security for assistance. I should mention, I'm an unarmed security guard, and I don't own anything for self-defense at this time in the story. One night in July, I was watching Adult Swim on the TV with the sliding glass door behind me that led to the deck. The show that I was watching goes to commercial break, and the screen goes black. When that happens, I see on the reflection of the TV someone standing on the deck, looking into the door and looking at me. I immediately jolted up and turned to the figure and just stared at him. The guy was about 5'8", wearing a dirty black hoodie with a white Adidas logo on it, navy blue basketball shorts, and white sneakers. With his hood up, I couldn't make out his face, but I could tell that he was a white male with bright red hair that was underneath his hood and seemed a bit younger than me at the time. He was just standing there, swaying slightly. He had his hands in his pockets. He was staring at me, but also, it was like he was looking through me. It took me a second to collect myself, and then I walked to the glass door and slid it open. "Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but the beach and deck are closed for the night. I have to ask you to leave the property and come back when we're open in the morning." Long pause. "When is that?" He was both monotone and seemed tired, but jittery. "That would be 8 o'clock in the morning." "Okay. Can I come in and use the bathroom?" At this point, I felt something much more off about this guy. I've dealt with drunks and people being super high, but this guy seemed to be on something else, and I didn't want any part of it. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed in here unless they're a guest of the hotel and restaurant, which are both closed for the night. Now, please, sir, could you please leave the beach?" He seemed to get a bit annoyed by that, but his body language barely changed. "Fine, I guess I'll just find somewhere else to get shit." He then walks off. I made it a point to follow him off the deck and watch him walk away to make sure he leaves. Instead of heading up the road, he veered off into the woods. He was out of my sight, but I could hear him dragging his feet through the brush and sticks. After that, I walked back into the lobby and locked the door behind me. Called the dispatch and reported the incident, asking them to keep an eye out for the guy. 2 a.m. came and I locked everything up, armed the security system, and left. I started to drive out of the beach area, and as I started to turn left, a balloon full of this red liquid stuff flew from the woods and slammed against my passenger window. Got startled and floored it out of there. I wasn't going to get out and see what happened there, and I only lived 5 minutes from the beach. I got home and checked out the damage. My passenger door was covered in red paintball paint. The impact was enough to dent my door. I called it in and asked to keep their eyes out, check the area for the guy. The next day, I was told that they didn't see anybody there, but I got reports of the same thing happening to other residents, cars, houses. I was pissed, but also unnerved that happened to me in the first place. Time had passed and it was fall. The beach closed for the season, but they still needed a night guard to make sure no one vandalized the property. It was the week of Halloween, and it was also my last night. I'd got a much better job, and this was the last of my 2 weeks' notice. I also went to a Halloween party during the day, and I went all out as Jason Voorhees, with a real machete from Walmart as well. I was wrapping up for the night and just sitting outside of my car, talking my friend's ear off on my cell phone. As I was talking, I could hear some leaves rustling and twigs snapping in the woods behind the dumpster. I told my friend that I had to go, and I hung up. This was my dumb white person move in a horror movie moment. I walked slightly closer to where the noise was coming from. It was dark, but slightly lit from the parking lot's lights. As I was looking, from behind the dumpster comes the same guy I saw in July. His hood was down, and I could see his hair was longer, with his natural brown roots were longer than the red dye that was left. He began to fast walk up to me, growling, and his face was plastered with rage. He had a black iron pipe in his right hand, and he was swinging it a bit while he came at me. He covered a lot of ground quickly. I ran to my car and I opened my back passenger door. I grabbed the machete I had bought for the party, and I raised it over my head and stood my ground. I don't remember what I said to him. I was filled with so much adrenaline, but I know I cursed a lot. He seemed to stop and just stood there a bit. After I yelled and shook the machete for a bit, he simply turned around and went back into the woods from where he came. As soon as he cleared the dumpster, I got the hell out of there. I was going way too fast for the windy roads my community had. I called not only security, but the police as well. By the time they got there, he was nowhere to be seen again. 4 years later, I moved away from my community and haven't heard anything about the man or anything related to the incident. I now carry a knife, and I still have the same machete in my car, just in case. I never knew what a doppelganger was until someone that I was friends with tried to tell me that Lindsay Lohan was her official doppelganger. Even then, I thought it was like a trend, just a weird name that people were giving lookalikes. Didn't think it was scary. Didn't think much of it, honestly. Until I was about 22, so just under 10 years ago. I just moved out of my parents' house the year before and had been living with 2 friends in the downtown Seattle area, close to where we were all raised. This area was busy during the summertime. It's like when the sun comes out in Seattle, people finally leave their homes, all at once, and they just stay there, crowding up the streets with their seasonal joy, myself included. My friends and I had been drinking and eating most of the day at the Ballard Seafood Festival. When festivals like these happen, oftentimes they close off 1 or 2 relatively main streets to cars, and they open them up to pedestrians. At each end of the streets, you can find portable bathrooms, the porta potties. We'd made our way to the far end and decided that before circling back, we'd use the restrooms. On our way to do so, I see a friend working one of the vendor booths, so I stop to chat for a minute. My other 2 friends continue to the bathrooms. After saying goodbye to my friend, I too head that way. But, and I don't know how else to say this, but I felt suddenly like someone was gonna hurt me. At the very least, someone was intently watching me. Surrounded by probably hundreds of people, I realize no one's looking at me. So what is this feeling? But then, straight ahead, an almost perfect view from an almost perfect separation of the crowd, I see myself. I'm standing in front of me. and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. My shorts, my shirt, my fucking face. Looking at this person, me, it's making me physically ill, but I can't look away. I do the weirdest thing I've ever done in public, maybe, and I just stand there and close my eyes. I'm hoping that they're gone when I open them. They are. They're gone. I stumble over to a large tree. It's off to the side of the bathrooms. I lean against the tree and I try to catch my breath, because for some reason, I'm out of breath, but I'm filled with that feeling again. It's like dread or something. It's telling me to move. Not with words exactly, but I know somehow I should move. And the moment that I do, a motorcycle comes flying through the pedestrian barricade and slams into the exact tree I was just leaning against. Plastic shards rip off the bike and onto the street, into the air. I feel bits bounce off of my arms as I shield my face. Standing there in shock, I realize this guy needs help, but I can't bring myself to move. I watch as several people grab the man and his bike. People are grabbing me, asking if I'm okay, but I can't speak. I hear two familiar voices, and it's my friends. They are freaking out, asking me what the hell happened. They get the story from the people around me. I'm just watching these people help this guy on the ground, and all I can think is, he's alive. That's good. I slowly start to walk away, and my friends follow, asking me things I can't answer or even comprehend. I make my way to the bathroom. I still have to pee. They stop with their accident questions and switch gears. Wait, why are you going to the bathrooms? Didn't you literally just do that? No, I say. The accident, remember? Well, yeah, but you came out of the bathrooms, right as Kelly did? No, I didn't. That's how we knew that you'd be over here, remember? No, I don't. You told us to meet you by the big tree next to the comic book store. So, it wasn't just me that saw me. Everyone saw me. My friends, they talked to me. Probably the worst thing to come out of this is that it showed me that my friends kind of suck. They didn't believe that it wasn't me that they talked to. And as much as I get that, it also hurt a lot at the time. Kind of still does, to be honest. Best thing to come out of it? Either my doppelganger was trying to kill me and failed, or somehow they were trying to save my life. And I'm okay not knowing which one it truly was. I stayed the night at my best friend's often. I pretty much lived at her house half of the time until I moved states as a teenager. I've had plenty of homes with spirits, but I never minded as long as they weren't malicious. At her house, though, there was something evil in the basement. Every time we had to do laundry down there, we would run and swap loads or grab clothes as fast as we could and run back up the stairs. The atmosphere was so heavy down there. Her room was on the main level and then moved to the upstairs attic later on. Since the house was old, the stairs were creaky, and you knew which stair someone was standing on because they made a particular creak. Well, the malicious energy would walk up the stairs late at night. You'd hear the door open, then hear it walk up each stair to the top. Then it's like it would always just disappear. Well, one night we were up really late. My best friend fell asleep and I was laying in the bed opposite of her, trying to sleep. The attic was dark besides the light in the stairwell. I grew up with horrible insomnia from trauma, so it was pretty normal for me to lay in the dark, just listening. Well, the door opened. Each stair creaked. No big deal. Until the malicious energy went past the top of the stairway, and I heard it walking towards me. Each step was heavier than the last. It walked all the way until it was in between both of our beds. The energy was so heavy. I was petrified. I hid under my blanket, like the 11-year-old I was, until I felt like it had left and I could breathe again. I jumped up, turned the TV on, turned the light on, and climbed into my best friend's bed, waking her up. I'll never forget that fear. It was scarier because it never usually went past the top of the stairway. But of course, when I'm the only one awake, it walked all the way up to me. This probably doesn't sound scary, but it was at age 11. One day I'd gone to visit my aunt for the weekend, but I'd been out partying. I'd come back at about 10 a.m. telling her that I was going to sleep for a bit, but that I was going to leave again later that night. I went to her basement to sleep on the futon. The basement was really dim. I laid there, tossing and turning for what felt like 10-20 minutes. I then checked the time. It was already 10 p.m. I thought to myself, no way. Well, I sat down there, messaging my cousin, who was supposed to be coming to get me. He said he was on his way. Hours had passed. Next thing I knew, it was 2:30 a.m. I'd been jumping to get a look out the basement window, and I got a weird feeling that I wasn't alone. I grabbed a stool to stand on. I stood there looking. Suddenly, a hard scratching noise on the cement wall was happening not too far behind me and getting closer to my ear. I froze, turning my head slowly to find no one there. I got down and suddenly there were 4 bangs coming from the furnace. And usually it was just one every half hour. I walked to the other window, and before I passed the stairs, I saw a shadow peek its head out from behind the stairs. I thought to myself, we've been through stuff like this. As long as you're not bothered, they can't bother you. But as soon as I got to the other side of the stairs, there was a shadow or a person just standing there, staring at me. I looked out the window. Still no sign of my cousin. But I ran upstairs and out of the house. Getting to the street, there he was, pulling up. That's been the closest that anything's ever gotten to me, and I somewhat believe it had intent to hurt me. Just a disclaimer, I don't suffer from sleep paralysis, and I have no history of it. One time, when I was a teenager, I went to bed after staying up late playing Xbox with my friend. At the time, I was trying to get used to going to sleep without the TV on or any other light source, so I was still a little nervous about being in complete dark. I actually ended up freaking myself out by imagining scary shit before finally falling asleep. I woke up not too long after, and something told me to look at the foot of my bed. So I did. That's when I saw a black silhouette of a person just standing there, staring at me. I initially didn't freak out because I knew that I must just be seeing things, so I rubbed my eyes and I allowed them to focus a bit, fully expecting for whatever inanimate objects my mind was playing tricks on me with to be revealed. Not only did the shadow figure not disappear, but just at that moment, it moved. That's when the horrifying realization that it was real sank in, and I immediately began to freak out. I desperately wanted to scoot backwards to get as far away from it as possible, while also putting myself within reach of the bat that I keep next to my bed. But I was literally frozen with fear. Not knowing what else to do, I began just yelling for my parents, while never taking my eyes off of the figure, who began to bend down just as my mom mercifully turned on the light. And just like that, it was gone. It took me a good hour or more to calm down. By the time I was finally able to go back to sleep, it was dawn. One of the strangest parts of the whole ordeal is that my mom claimed that I didn't wake them up when I began calling for them. Instead, they awoke when they heard me shouting, "Who is it? Who is it?" Which I have absolutely zero recollection of. Ever since, I've slept with my TV on. I'll start off by saying I'm normally really skeptical about the supernatural. I'm neither spiritual or religious in any way. Normally, I'm good at being able to find alternative explanations for creepy shit my friends and family have told me have happened to them. There's some backstory to the house, my aunts. I believe it's relevant. My great-grandfather, my aunt's father, who I was very close with as a young kid, he loved that he got to meet one of his great-grandkids, and I was the first child of my generation in the family. We did everything together. I was with him when he died in 2005, as he left the hospital to die in comfort in his own home. My aunt says he still lives in the house. She has a cat who seems to constantly stare into space or meow at seemingly nothing. Also, her house is always freezing. No matter how long you leave the heat on, it's never warm enough. I always found this weird, but it was nowhere near enough to creep me out. A couple of weeks ago, I visited her with my ma and younger sister. My aunt and uncle were standing in the kitchen, having a conversation with us. I was standing in the doorway, and the kitchen is tiny, so I had a full view of the room. She had fancy plates sitting in plate holders, and they were really just for decoration. Mid-conversation, one of the plates looks like it's lifted out of the plate holder and then flung across the kitchen. It smashed to pieces, obviously. We just kind of sat there. Nobody screamed because we were just stunned. My aunt was so calm about it. She just says, "Yeah, that's my dad for sure. He never leaves the kitchen." I know she's probably seen shit like this happen in that house for decades, hence why she was so calm about it. I honestly don't believe in ghosts, but this is something that's got me stumped when it comes to figuring out some sensible explanation.